Hello, 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 hello. Here we are. Streaming. We've done it. We've connected. We're here. I'm not going to lie. I spent this entire week basically just depression sleeping. Yeah, really just like sleeping in really late, staying up all night, sleeping in real late. It's the classic depression cycle, and I recognize it. I see it. I see it in myself. I see what's happening to me. Austin, good to see you, my man. Good to see you. That recent events in my own personal life combined with events that are going on in the world, and everybody kind of tuning in to the reality that, hey, maybe these guys are just grifters. Like, maybe at the end of the day, it really is just rich people wanting to be rich and not giving a shit at all about anything other than that. Like, literally anything. And seeing more and more people kind of catch up and realize, like, oh, like the things that the left was saying, and I mean the real left, not liberals, like the actual leftists that actually exist. Maybe those people, we should be listening to them more. Maybe we should actually like be giving space to people on the left who have been saying this stuff for a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. Maybe giving all this power and all this authority to psychopathic rich people was a bad idea. Kevin, look it, we're doing it live. We're doing it live. That's right. But there have been wins for me this week. I've been getting back to the gym. It's been good. I've been more forgiving of myself in regards to getting to the gym and like not feeling like I got to go hard, right? Just getting in the building and doing some work and doing some stuff. And I've been writing. I've been writing more. I've been writing some songs. I've got the lyrics for one song done, and I've got the chorus for another. I just need to sit down and actually write the music. But it's so difficult to give a shit. Oh, and I have been going out and performing. I have gone out and performed as well. So this week, I should be easier on myself. I could have done more. I think I could have done more, but you know, I think I should be easier on myself, and I should go easier on myself and say to myself, John, you did things. You got out to your show, you played, you've made some music, you've written some more. You got out to the gym. These are important things. These are good things, and I shouldn't just wallow and fall into that depressive mindset. And I definitely have always had that depressive mindset. The Goat, good to see you. Long Defiant, good to see you. Azron, always glad, always a pleasure. Austin writes, I've definitely been feeling that too, my guy, but I can't let you down. Organize with people, talk and hang out with friends, and take a short break. Definitely helped me. Yeah, I mean, one hopes that on the organizing front, like there's actually going to be some real momentum, and we'll see. Like we'll see. I think people are, like the Trump moment has been a real eye opener for lots of people. Like I think lots of people were sort of hoping we would dodge that bullet, and it's been radicalizing by itself. And people, I think, realize that the traditional parties are not going to help us. So something else must be done. The goat good. The goat writes, "Good for you. Go into the gym, get that pump. Thanks, bud." Long Defiant writes, "I'm volunteering. Good for you. With food, not bombs, and trying to start a reading group. It's a little helpful. Every little bit helps at this point, man. Like the thing that is so difficult, and I know it's difficult for me, and I know it's going to be difficult for other people out there, is it seems like there's nothing, right? And it's because there is nothing, right? Like everything's been so effectively propagandized and destroyed that there isn't anything. And the people who are bought into the system are happy to just kind of let it keep happening. people are living in a survivalist mode and in a survival mode. And so, hey, I'm making $50,000, $100,000 a year. I think I'm just going to stick it out, even though, sure, when you do like a larger analysis, it's the most destructive shit possible. Like, it's the decline of Western civilization. And so we're looking at nothing. And so when you're in nothing, doing anything means that means that there's infinitely more going on. And I think that's what's important to notice, and that's what's important to note, that if we're at zero, well, then doing one is infinitely better, right? And then doing two is double that. So to me, I really think that I need to remind myself and I need to remind other people that there is no such thing as a small act. There's no such thing as a small act anymore. Anything counts. Everything counts. We are at zero. We are at zero. And that the people who are organizing book clubs, social groups, who are trying to get people together and organized, like, those people are doing good work. Long Defiant continues, I just came off a 3-day fast. Goodness me. I've done that before. That's not a joke. That's not a joke. It's my bi-weekly pattern. I feel pretty good afterwards. Yeah, like, let your body consume some of the garbage that's inside of you. Like, that's what that's all about. And also there's like a spiritual aspect of it, of reminding yourself, like, I'm doing this by choice, but there are people who live in the world who have this forced on them. This is what people live like. And I think that that's an important thing for people to do, to kind of have a bit of a wake-up call sometimes. I think we take so much for granted, right? We take for granted that we live in this environment of plenty, even though the system is structured to withhold so much of that. And and then you cleaned your room. Good. My space is due for like a big just cleanup. The big thing that's kind of holding me back is I have this beekeeping equipment, and this beekeeping equipment, as soon as this beekeeping equipment is out of here, it's just going to open up so much space in this room. And I don't really want to like do a big thing to have to do another big thing. So it's like kind of holding me back, but I should do it anyway. This beekeeping equipment doesn't need to hold me back on that. Maybe I'm just being a shithead about that. Hull, good to see you. Trump being president wasn't supposed to be canon. I disagree. I think that the Western world needs a bit of a wake-up call, right? It needs to actually realize that there is actually consequences to doing the things that we do. That we are not the greatest country in the world. Like, we're obviously hysterically delusional and demented as a people. That if you actually want to build a civil society, the way to do that is to build it. The stupid and moronic ideas that we've been running on for decades now need to be pilloried and ended, and we need to be able to point at something to say, here you go. Like, if you're genuinely going to stand up and say the government should be run like a business, there's Donald Trump. If you're genuinely going to stand up and try to defend something like trickle-down economics, there's Donald Trump, right? That there are consequences to stupid policies and ideas, right? If your ideology is stupid, then your society becomes stupid, and we need something to point at, and stupid ideas will always manifest stupid things, right? And so we're just seeing it, and I've said it over and over in the past, and I'm going to continue saying it. It's just obvious now. Like, that to me is the big change, right? Is that for my entire life I've been talking about this. My entire life I've been talking about the rise of a figure such as Donald Trump, right? I think it being Donald Trump makes it more funny. It makes it more comical, right? Because it's so obvious, like, it's just so cartoonishly grotesque that it's literally fucking Donald Trump, like The Apprentice. Are you kidding me? You know, God is great. The world is an amazing thing. But like, for those of us who have been kind of calling it for 20 years, this moment is like, yeah, here it is, right? And I feel like I'm just watching other people reel and deal with it, and kind of like have this like, oh, I can't even engage. There's a lot of that going on. Where I can't even engage. It's like too hot. It's just like, yeah, okay, this is just, another Thursday for me. This is just like, here we go, more of the same that I've been experiencing. It's just, here's the trajectory of it. And in my view, I kind of just said it, but it's worth restating. It being Donald Trump actually makes it a lot easier because it's too obvious now. Like, your system has failed, right? Like, your system is an obvious, overt, total catastrophic failure at the highest possible level, no recovery, right? The president of the United States of America is a game show host. Like, it's over, right? Like, we don't need to treat the American system as if it is respectable, has any decency, can have any positive outcomes, right? Like, we don't need to pretend anymore. We don't need to delude ourselves. We don't need to trick ourselves. We don't need to self-gaslight. We don't need to get into this position where we're like, okay, it seems bad, but, right? Which is something I've seen for decades. Like, oh, well, that seems bad, but, and people constantly in this total state of like self-gaslighting. Of just like, oh, it seems bad, but, well, 4D chess, and this means this, and that's this, and it's all just collapsed to the ground. Where and all that's left is a guy like me standing there being like, so, are you ready to finally admit that it's a grift? Are you ready to finally admit? Are you ready to finally admit, after all of this, that these people were always grifters, and that the system was always fraudulent? Like, for goodness sakes, yeah. Gavin Newsom's office is sending cell phones to CEOs to reach California governor directly. Like, this is cartoonish, right? If you saw this kind of thing in China, if you saw this kind of thing coming out of Russia, if you saw this kind of thing in North Korea, you would instantly, the entire media system would just be like, fascism, 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 would be screaming it in your face constantly. But no, it's the governor of California, right? And so we're all supposed to be like, America, freedom, justice, democracy, and continue the self-gaslighting. Like, and I'm here to ring a bell and be like, the spell is broken. The spell is broken. Bing. And I think the thing that's hardest for people, and I really do see this. I see this. And if you want to see this phenomenon most obviously, it exists in the figure of Joe Rogan. People do not want to admit that they have been grifted. People do not want to admit that they've been tricked. People do not want to bite the bullet and say, oh shit, they lied and I fell for it. Right? People don't want to do that. And now we're at the point where it's just so overwhelmingly obvious that these people were grifters and liars and frauds the entire time, and that you just fell for it, that most people are falling into a state of denial, which is like a religious delusion. When you get into the ideological, like the ideology of how they justify that denial. But it's just the first stage of grief. They're just in this stage of denial that, like, oh no, this is actually, and there's this other thing, and they sound like flat earthers, and they sound like lunatics. Like, the Blue Anon people are the worst. Like, the Democrats that actually genuinely think that things would have been better under Kamala Harris. As if the empire was not in a state of decay, as if the empire was not in a state of collapse. The Goat writes, have you noticed a trend of popular TV shows that are selling us our hatred of the rich and our shitty jobs back to us? Severance, White Lotus, Succession, probably more. I mean, it really all started with Parasite. Parasite was the first one to really kind of crack through, and it wins an Academy Award. I think that gives a lot of detached rich people a moment of just like, wait a minute, you mean I can make money by telling stories people relate to? What? Huh? Like, this is what Marx is talking about when he says that capitalism is their own grave diggers, right? Capitalists dig their own graves. Like, the last capitalist we hang will be the one that sold us the noose. Like, the capitalists are demented. They can't help themselves. Like literally the capitalist that sells the noose will be counting his money as the trapdoor falls beneath his feet. So they don't care about anything else. They don't care. And it's spectacular to watch. Like, I always I knew it was going to happen. I didn't realize it was going to look this stupid, so that it was this obvious that that's the case. And I think the thing that kind of surprises me the most about this period of time is that there aren't way more people like me. Like, I feel like the only other person I've seen actually talk the way that I talk about what's going on in the world is Tim Dillon. And I mean the comedian Tim Dillon, not the other idiot who's a total just hack fraud. Just somebody who's willing to stand in front of you and be like, yeah, the society has failed. We robbed the world and we're supposed to be enjoying the spoils, but instead of that, we're collapsing inward. Like, but because he presents himself as a shitty like nightclub comedian, people can just be like, ho, 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 ho. It's funny because it's true. Ho, 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 ho. Well, off to my job. Ho, 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 ho. Like a bunch of fucking morons. When really what we should be doing is just stop participating in any of this. Just cease your participation completely. And if obviously if you can't afford to cease your participation, sabotage as much as possible. Like, make every enterprise as unprofitable as possible, because all roads lead to genocide. Everything that we are doing leads to genocide, and their practice genocide on the Palestinians, which they plan to turn back on us. Like, that's welcome to reality. Welcome to the world. Peanut Butter Beatrice, good to see you. I'm not late, am I? No, never. We have a first-time commenter over on Twitch. Han Ziek Twitch. Hi there. Hi. Hope you're doing well over there, my man. If you have any questions, please ask. I try to be accommodating. I have 3 rules that get you banned. No Nazism or Zionism. Don't insult me. Right? Pretty straightforward. And then if you refuse to acknowledge reality, I just get rid of you. I used to be nicer about that, but I just don't have the patience anymore. Hull writes, so Trump is actually dismantling the education department. Yeah. You need stupid people. Like, if you're going to have a system that's so obviously fraudulent and so obviously based on deception and genocide, you need stupid people to go along with it, right? If you're going to try to peddle a ridiculous ideology, if you want fascists, if you want to breed fascists and you want to grow fascists out of your society, you need them to be very stupid. Hull writes, wish you could go viral somehow. You post on TikTok. I've been shadow banned everywhere, dude. No, that's something I've just accepted. Like, I've had one account on TikTok shut down, and then I've had my live privileges revoked on the new account that I have, and the account that I have is obviously shadow banned. Like, I'll post a video and it'll have 100 views with 30 likes, right? Which is crazy. That's crazy engagement. That's an insane amount of engagement. And then the video just dies and just goes nowhere. So it's so obviously a shadow ban. And a similar thing has happened here on YouTube. Like, I've been shadow banned on YouTube for sure. It does seem like YouTube is starting to actually like be like, okay, maybe we should actually listen to these guys. Maybe we should actually allow a little bit more of this into the conversation. Oh, there's literally Nazis now. Yeah, maybe we should actually take a little bit more seriously that we should actually listen to what other people have to say. Right? So the Overton window on YouTube seems to be opening a little bit, seems to be widening a little bit. Hull writes, oh snap. Yeah, no, that's just what you think billionaires are going to listen to this? You think billionaires want to spread this around? You think billionaires are going to be like, hey, here's a guy who says we should get rid of billionaires completely and entirely and that we're psychopathic frauds? Yeah, let's spread that around. No. Like, no. I accepted that like years ago. I've accepted that. This channel exists for my own catharsis and yours. And anybody who stumbles on me and wants to have that catharsis, here we are together, right? We can do that. I'll always be here, right? I'll always stand here to be a testament to the failing of capitalism and the decline of Western civilization. This Twitch fellow over on Twitch says, "What do you mean by reality? Because that's very vague. Just do you have evidence? Like, do you have evidence for your claims? Like, do you have a document? Can you show me a picture of it? Right? Evidence. So, like, I'll give you like a real easy, clear example. Something that happened last week that just really set me off. There's a Western propaganda movement about Uyghurs in China, right? There's no evidence for it whatsoever. It's literally just the CIA saying it happened. And so then I say, okay, well, do you have evidence for your claims? And then they say something like, well, I don't need to provide evidence. It's like, okay, bye. Right? If you're not willing to provide evidence, if you're not willing to show a picture, if you're not willing to show somebody, and if I show you something and you just ignore it, I don't need to keep you around. So evidence, right? Like a picture. So like if you think the earth is flat and I show you a picture of the earth and it's round, and then you come up with some nonsense bullshit story about it, I just don't need to keep you around. Long Defiant writes, very interesting. Canadian MP Charlie Angus. I am here today to urge Canadians to avoid travel to the United States. Yeah, Canada's not the only one. British, I've seen Britain and Germany say the same thing. So across the board, there is an avoid travel to the United States. I fairly recently, somebody was talking to me about, hey, let's take a road trip down to the States. And as soon as Donald Trump got elected, I was like, no, we're done. I'm not going. And now it looks like the rest of Canada is catching up and being like, oh yeah, no, don't go to the States. Also, like, the deportations that are happening in the United States are real. Like, this is a real phenomenon that's really happening. And let's see, where can I find it? Like, Canadians are being detained by ICE. Germans and British people are being stopped at the border. Like, this is a real thing that's really happening. It usually I would say something like this is being not well reported, but the truth is that things are happening so fast that it's not really possible. I do think that we are looking at a media system that is in an oh shit moment. There's a lot of people within the media that are sitting here being like, oh, fucking shit. Like, we've lost the plot. We're off the rails. And none of them really want to acknowledge that it's their fault completely. Not completely, obviously, but like, they're definitely part of the problem. Like, people like Rachel Maddow. Like, Rachel Maddow is such a hack. And obviously just a bot corporatist stooge. Like, the whole Russiagate thing. Like, how about actually point to democratic policies? How about that? No, just Russiagate garbage? Okay, cool. But you can see that there's a lot of them that are like, oh, fuck, like, we have to actually do journalism. We have to actually inform people of things. But it's way too late. There's like a whole, like, boy who cried wolf phenomenon happening, so nobody gives a shit. Oh, Twitch, please don't try to find something about these Uyghurs. Like, it's just such a nonsense story. Like, it is just total bullshit. Like, for the love of God, don't plant your flag there, dude. Just don't do it. You're just wasting everybody's time. Dave, good to see you, bud. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, TikTok is actually where I encountered you many moons ago. Well, that's good to hear, Peanut Butter Beatrice. Yeah, like a shadow ban isn't a full ban, right? So you can get through things. But the idea, like, I'm never going to go viral, right? I've just accepted it. It's just not in the, like, who knows? Maybe it is, right? I'm not God. I don't, like, maybe it's possible that it'll happen and it's fine. So I just keep plugging along and I just keep making the content that I make and I keep doing the stuff that I make. Like, that's it. Anemone, good to see you. Dave writes, do I still have my TikTok account? Yeah, I think it's just Jonathan Sanderson. Here, hold on. I could literally just give it to you. Hold on. Because they did a purge of all communist pictures. So I used to have like and I used to be like the Canadian commie on Twitch, or on TikTok rather. And they went through and they purged all that. So if you had like a hammer and sickle, which is why a lot of the communist symbolism has moved away from that. Yeah, I'm at Jonathan Sanderson 5. That's who I am. So you can find me on TikTok. I don't post that much. I'd like to post more, but I don't know. It's just like, it's just kind of like pissing in the wind, right? Yeah, Australians and Canadians are being detained, yeah. What's it? The Alien Act, right? Yeah, ICE is going insane, power tripping at the earliest chance, yeah. Cotton, who are you talking about? Saw Vivian's first photo shoot. She's so pretty. Who are you talking about? Is it this lady? No, this is Jasmine Mooney. So, oh, Vivian Musk. Ah, you've got a crush on a Musk. I'm so sorry. I know that feeling, dude. I completely know that feeling. Like, it's like how I'm secretly in love with Lauren Boebert. Like, man, Lauren Boebert, man. I would love to take Lauren Boebert to dinner and listen to her crazy bullshit. Oh yeah, it would just be great to watch her be an insane person. That's all. So I understand. I understand. Okay, so Mark Carney, current prime minister. Oh, Don writes Vivian is based. Yeah, I don't know anything. I try not to pay too much attention to it because it hurts my heart. Mark Carney is expected to call a snap election for the 28th of April. Not terribly surprising given what's happening in the polls. Recent polling has, of course, shown that the Liberals are skyrocketing. Let's see if I have the poll. I do. I'm such a professional, you guys. I was so ready to hit record today. Yeah, here we go. So when you consider that the Liberals were down where the NDP was like a month ago, this is a great time for the Liberals to be calling an election. I think that it's going to give the Conservatives don't really have a strategy anymore. They don't really know what to do. That the Liberals have basically taken a hatchet to their entire platform. Like, their entire strategy was axe the tax and fuck Trudeau. Well, Trudeau's gone, and one of the first things that Mark Carney did was get rid of the carbon tax. So it's just like, there's your entire campaign, dude. There's your entire campaign. And I think the thing that's really hurt and is really causing problems for the Conservatives is Donald Trump. That Donald Trump came into power, started doing the things that he's doing, and everybody is now turning over to the Conservatives being like, oh, this is what your plan was? This is actually what you were going to do? And the Conservatives are like, no. I know that we say exactly the same things and sound exactly the same and promote the same ideas, but we're not gonna do any and so they've lost a ton of support, right? And My chat is just all about Vivian Musk all of a sudden. All right. All right. Give the people what they want. Vivian Musk. Elon's trans daughter, Vivian, opens up in epic teen Vogue. Here we go. This is the first thing that popped up when I typed in Vivian Musk, you guys. Oh, yeah, I know Vivian Musk. This is the trans daughter. I'm the queen of threads. Yeah, it has been kind of nice. I don't like focus on her. Like, I don't pop in and pay attention. But every time she pops into my consciousness, she's just tearing Elon Musk apart. Right? And that's great because Elon Musk is definitely collapsing as a person, as an individual. Right? It's so good to see that this idiot, right? The World According to Elon Musk's Grandfather is a great article for everybody to read from the New Yorker. It shows that Elon Musk's grandfather in 1960 was writing articles in support of apartheid. So not only are the Musks like a billionaire apartheid family, right, making money from slaves and apartheid in South Africa, but the idea that we can pretend like it's like, well, they were just, in South Africa during that time, and it was a structure, and of course, no. Elon Musk's grandfather was arguing in favor of apartheid. He was full blown, straight up apartheid. Like if he had been in America during its segregation period, and Martin Luther King had been walking around, he would have been in favor of segregation. So this is the family that we're talking about. This is who this is. And what's happening to Elon Musk now is that even top investors for his firms are beginning to call for him to step down as CEO. People are seeing through his bullshit more and more and more. He was always a grifter. I think that's the big takeaway that I want people to understand about Elon Musk. He was always a grifter. You were always grifted. That there wasn't a turn. There wasn't a moment where it's like he was good and then he was bad. He was always a grifter. It was always a grift. This fellow Han over on Twitch, basically providing the link to what's called the China Cables documents, which is essentially documents where the Chinese are talking about how to deal with the Western-sponsored terrorism that exists in Xinjiang, and pretending like that's evidence for a genocide when it isn't. Like a picture. Like, take a picture of it, my man. Like, I can show you pictures of what the Gazan genocide looks like, right? Like, it reduced to rubble cities, right? I can show you corpses. I can show you body bags. I can show you speeches given by a resistance movement. I can show you significant evidence for a genocide. Like there's no such thing as a hidden, super secret genocide you can't see, right? And so these China Cables documents are obviously like, oh, hey, there's terrorism in Xinjiang. Like the East Turkmenistan independence movement exists. Right? I know that you don't know what that is because you actually don't know anything about the subject, which is fine. But like, don't pretend like you know something when you don't. Like all you did is did a Google search, found something, and now we're presenting it as evidence when it isn't evidence of that. Right? You know what would be evidence of that? Pictures. Like we've got satellites. Like we could see this with our eyes. Right? It would be easy to find. So I'm not going to talk anymore about it. But you do ask another question. Since I see you have tanky as one of your tags, do you call yourself a tanky? And if so, how do you define the word? I don't call myself a tanky because tanky is like a derivative. It's not a. That's a slur is too much. Like that's too far. But it is like an insult. I included it as a tag because people search that tag. That's why. I don't call myself a tanky. The people who use the term tanky, I think, are pretty dumb. Like it's a dumb insult because tanks are cool. It also doesn't make any sense in the modern context. Like the insult tanky comes from Khrushchev, right? When Khrushchev rolled tanks into Hungary, and so the Soviets during that period of time were called tankies. But now it's used for if you support Stalin or Mao. So they've literally taken it an insult that was directed at Khrushchev, and now they're applying it to people. So it's just like layers upon layers of just stupid. It's just so if you see a person calling somebody a tanky, the person calling somebody the tanky is the idiot, like 100% of the time. And also, it's just tanks are sweet. Like tanks are sweet. That's it. Yeah, and Twitch, I think just the reason I'm frustrated with the Uyghur thing is that it seems to just be sticking around, and people do exactly the thing that you do. I'm not trying to come down on you or be insulting. I'm just exhausted with it. Like I'm pretty much finished with it. That like I'll outright say like there's just no evidence, and then somebody will provide an article being like haha, and I'll be like that's not evidence. Like it's not. And then they lose their mind and have like a little hissy fit in the chat. So I just need you to understand this is you're coming in like clean. I am not clean. I've done this like I've made videos upon videos upon videos about this very subject, right? So like it's going to be very difficult for you to find somebody who is more well read on this particular subject than me, and so it's just annoying. Like that's all. It's just annoying, and I'll admit I was sort of taking it out on you a little bit. So I'll apologize for that. Yeah, Hull writes cosplaying as a smart person. He's just pathetic. Yeah. Austin writes, speaking of tanky, they were right. The CIA declassified the information saying they were behind the Hungarian uprising in the JFK files. Yep. Isn't that the best? Right? So even on the one point that they're using the word tanky for, where they're like, Khrushchev came in illegitimately and it was completely, it's like, no, CIA-backed coup. Like, CIA-backed revolution, bud. Like, what do you... So, yep, tankies take a bow. Look, the communists being right again, right? Just another win for the communists, just over and over and over again. It's like that meme of Atlas holding up the world, and it's like the burden of always being right. Like, I'm so I'm just so fucking done. Like, I'm so fucking frustrated by how unwilling people seem to be to actually believe the people who are always right, and how willing everybody is to constantly give as much benefit of the doubt for the people who are obviously lying, right? Like it's amazing to see how often the fraudulent liars who lie all the time are just constantly giving more and more and more benefit of the doubt. And then the people who are 100% right all the time are in this position where they have to constantly be showing all like it's like I could just stand up and be like, the moon is made of potato. And everybody goes, the moon is made of potato. The liar who lies all the time to us for money said so. So the moon is made of potato. And then the guy who's right 100% of the time goes, yeah, the moon's not made of potato. And then everybody goes, well, you got to prove that. Where's your evidence for that? We go, the moon is made of potato. Everybody knows the moon's made of potato. Like, that's what this is like now. Like, that's what this is like. It's just annoying. It's just fucking annoying. A guy named Speed Boost goes, I don't think a revolution being backed by the CIA immediately makes it bad. Yeah, no Nazis in the chat. So no apologists for empire, no Nazis. We don't tolerate that kind of thing. If you don't understand that the CIA is bad, I'm not going to spend any amount of time convincing you of it because you are too stupid to talk to. Goodbye. Like, I was going to save this for the break, but here.
Therefore, in the summer of 1947, Truman decides to found a new intelligence agency which will soon be known the world over, the CIA. Former Admiral
General Henry Hillenkoetter is named as its head. He has the difficult task of recruiting and training spies in a very short space of time. The problem is that he will need to find Russian-speaking spies. And other than the Russians themselves, not many people speak Russian. For this former British Secret Service operative, this was a major hindrance.
The problem was, how far could you trust someone who was Russian-born with big secrets? Because you could never guarantee that they weren't actually on the other side, working for the Russians.
Hillenkoetter wastes no time. Pragmatically, he realizes that it is among recent enemies that he will find his spies. Reinhard Gehlen, a former Nazi and the Wehrmacht's head of intelligence in the East, is recycled by the CIA. Gehlen knows the communist world extremely well. He becomes the brains behind American espionage in Germany. He helps recruit hundreds of former Nazis to the CIA. The Americans have no qualms about this. The only thing that matters to Truman is blocking Stalin's way.
The logistics have changed. In the Cold War, the enemy wasn't Germany, but the Soviet Union.
So the CIA literally recruits hundreds of Nazis. Like, I just don't know what to say to these people anymore. You know, it's not necessarily a bad thing that the CIA did a coup, you know. It's not necessarily a bad thing that the Nazis did a coup, you know. It's not a bad thing, so get your fucking Nazi apologetics out of here. If you're going to defend the CIA, you're a fucking Nazi. Go fuck yourself. Very straightforwardly, goodbye. Not interested in you sticking around. So it makes sense. So this Han fellow on Twitch, so it's very recent. Hold on, I don't think I'm understanding. It doesn't matter. The JFK files came out just recently. Everybody's starting to go through them. The first thing that has come forward because of the JFK files was the CIA-backed coup attempt and the CIA-backed revolution that existed in Hungary. Like, how many times do you need to see it before you're willing to actually be like, okay, the CIA exists and this is what they do? And that people are not responding just in a vacuum. Like that's the big thing that's so frustrating. Like, we've watched the CIA and we've watched the Americans just over and 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 over again do exactly the same playbook, right? Go into a country, fund far-right radicals, arm them, perform a coup against the government. We've seen it happen dozens and dozens and dozens of times. Like, it's literally... we are at a point now where if there is an event happening in a country, the first question you should be asking is, how's the CIA involved? Like, it's that obvious, it's that straightforward, it's that clear, it's that painfully, like, right in front of your face. Like, it's right there. And people are still like, are you saying the CIA exists and does things? Where's your evidence for the existence of the CIA doing things? And then you, like, literally go to the CIA website and you're just like, you just look around the CIA website and you're like, oh, they confess to it over and over again, like, constantly, repeatedly. You just go to cia.gov and it's just, oh, it's right there. Okay. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, I think the liars just tell more appealing stories. People don't want realism, they want magic. Well, I do think that, like, so take somebody like Jordan Peterson, right? Like, I think that Peterson is an effective grifter because he hits people in their most childish impulses. That we start as children. And that's just a truism. That's just the reality. We start as children. We're just children in the beginning. And children are naturally self-interested, naturally gullible, and naturally nationalistic, right? It's just how we are. Uh, uh, and that you have to educate yourself out of it. You have to come to a place of seeing that that is not the way forward. But as like a base survival mechanism, that's just how it is. That's just how we are, right? And so frauds like Peterson prey on that, and they take advantage of that, and they do everything they can to try to pretend as though, oh well, if people are failing, it's their own fault, right? And Jesus just doesn't love them enough, and we can see like what you're looking at right now on the screen. This is from Media Matters for America. Total following of top right-leaning and left-leaning online shows. Like it's pretty clear that the right wing is dominating that space. And the right wing is dominating that space because they're well funded. Right? And they're well funded because they say things that billionaires like. Right? And then of course there's just like the incest that exists between all of them, where they like share viewer groups with one another. And, but it all does originate from somewhere, and it originates from like our base childish nature. We start as children, and it's in the interest of the biggest, most wealthy child to maintain a system that's making him rich. And they don't care. They just don't care if it means the destruction of the civil society. That would imply that they're capable of empathy, and they're just not. Painted by Beatrice writes, I saw that infographic. If young people are moving to the right, I'm ready to give up on humanity. Look, it's a very simple Goebbels principle, right? If you tell a lie long enough and loud enough, it becomes the truth, right? This is why it's dangerous to allow billionaires to speak in the society. This is why you should not have like private companies worth hundreds of billions of dollars blaring falsehoods into the society, because human beings, right, inherently childish, inherently gullible, will just begin to believe it. Will just get to a place where they are like, but that's the truth. There must be something to it. Everybody says so. I hear it every day, right? And you can fall into the bullshit patterns of like the New York Times writes a whole article based on a claim that they themselves are responsible for originating, which is based on the CIA. So it's just like bullshit. It's layers of bullshit. And so don't be too surprised if the average person who is just living a life, right, who's just living a life and who are just existing in the space, being like essentially a wild animal that has the capacity to talk, don't be too surprised if they just grab hold of that and they just assume that that is what reality is. Gabriel, good to see you. How's it going? Just began culinary school this week. It's great to break out of monotony for once and actually do something with my life. Yeah, good for you, bud. At this point, there's no rules. Like, it really is the truth. Just do what you want. Like, there's no future. Like, there's no like just enjoy yourself. Do the thing that you think you want to do. And if culinary school and becoming a chef is the thing that you think to yourself, that's gonna make the time that I have here bearable. At least. Great. Because like the reality that we're in, like this place could be cool. Like it could be super cool. It could be super great. And we're just choosing to make it as shitty as possible so that Donald Trump and Elon Musk can make a whole bunch of money. Like a thing we all invented ourselves. So it's just crazy. Paul writes, YouTube shorts are full of Christo-fascist content. It's over. Yeah, I mean, to me, I think that once Matt Walsh was allowed to continue having a platform, that was sort of the end of it. Like, Matt Walsh calls himself a theocratic fascist and says out loud that his job is to force Christian values on people through the state. Like, that's what he has said. And instead of us being like, oh, then you don't get a platform, like no more platform for you. Instead of that, he just continues to exist in the media sphere. It's like, yeah, if you're willing to accept somebody standing up saying, like, if somebody stood up and said, yeah, I want to make women slaves and rape them every day, and we were all like, interesting, let's hear them out, right? Yeah, that would signal the end of your society, right? If especially if you were a woman, like, that would signal the end of the civil society for sure. And I think Matt Walsh is that like guys like Joe Rogan and Shapiro and Peterson and Charlie Kirk, right? These guys always sort of existed, but were always like just skating on top of it, right? They were just skating on top of it. But Matt Walsh is the guy who just basically said the thing. He just said what they all were sort of just skating around. And then they all invite him on his show. They all promote his movie. They all fund his movies, right? All that shitty bullshit propaganda that he creates. And and instead of us all rejecting it, we're all just like, well, free speech. We got to listen to what a guy who wants to rob your free speech has to say about free speech. And yeah, they've become mainstream. So like, this is it, right? Like, we're watching the decline of Western civilization. That's what this is all about. We're watching the end of Western civilization. And it just turns out that when civilizations die, they look as stupid as they possibly can. And that the people who receive the most amount of attention are morons, right? It shouldn't be that surprising, in fact, right? Like, if we were all paying attention to intelligent people who actually had interesting things to say, then the society would probably not be in decline, right? We would be like, oh, that's an intelligent thing that's worth listening to, right? Like, oh, yeah, if you want to build a civil society, you should probably just build it, right? Oh, yeah, like, I think that it is the role of government to actually take responsibility for the citizens that exist within it. Like, that, you want government to be run like a business, but government can't fire citizens. What are you talking about, right? Like if we were using our rational capacities, then the society would be better, right? And we'd be doing better. But we're not even trying to use our rational capacities. We just pretend like we are, right? Like a guy like Ben Shapiro is just cosplaying at being a rational thinker. He isn't, right? Like, he's the most hyper emotional, religious minded person in the conversation, full stop, right? He thinks that magic is real and that God wrote a book that everybody should follow, even though he doesn't. And we're all supposed to look at that guy and be like, yeah, facts don't care about your feelings, Ben. That's right. Right? Which is just a slogan, right? It is actually oftentimes that facts do care about your feelings, right? I would argue that trying to remove human empathy and remove emotions from the factual reality of our existence is, in fact, a fraudulent statement. Yeah, facts do care about your feelings. You know why? Your feelings exist. That's why. Anemone writes, Ben Shapiro can't even figure out why his wife doesn't get wet. Eggs D writes, I remember that. Cardi B WAP broke people's brains. I mean, you've got to have it to break it, so. Canada must be first in line for exemptions when more tariffs go into effect on April 2nd. The tariff war continues. I think that initially I was willing to sort of tolerate a more nuanced kind of position in regards to the tariff war. And I was willing to tolerate like a 4D chess kind of thing and actually be like, okay, like here's the rational argument for tariffs. That the United States is going into a decline on the global stage. The dollar has been devalued. They can no longer really engage in these wars across the globe. And the real trouble that America is looking at is that the billionaire class has extracted all of the means of production, right, factories and the like, and shipped it over to China and the rest of the world, but mainly China, because China was doing it by policy. And the communists understand that true power comes from the means of production, right? And so now we're going to do tariffs, and what that's going to do is it's going to increase the cost of goods for the average citizen, and it's going to allow wages to be suppressed so that billionaires will be incentivized to relocate their productive capacity in America, and then we'll build our productive forces back up to be able to compete with the Chinese on the global market, right? Like, that's the argument. It's a stupid argument, because if the president and the Congress and the Senate and the system of capital at all was actually interested in building productive forces and building productive capacity in America, they would do it, right? They would just do it. Like, you're the Congress, you're the Senate, you can just do it, right? You don't need to incentivize billionaires to do anything. You can literally just say, we're just building these factories. And when billionaires complain about it, you can just be like, I don't care. Like, I'm the government. I don't give a fuck about what you think. Oh, we're running the government like a business. Oh, okay. No wonder we're collapsing. Got it. The truth about these tariffs is that Donald Trump and his billionaire buddies are cratering the American economy so that they can pick up assets for cheap. That's it. Like, that's the long and short of it. And I think it should be completely demystified. We should completely take the veil off of it. The Emperor has no clothes. The Wizard of Oz is just a man, right? Bruce Willis was dead the whole time. Like, there's no secret anymore. Just voila, right? And they're ushering in crypto, which, like, of course, the crypto bros are like, oh, this is gonna end. It's just a big, gigantic pump and dump scheme, guys. That's all it is. No mystery, no mysticism, no 4D chess, no nothing. It really is, in fact, the truth that 1 + 1 should, in fact, equal 2, right? It does, in fact, equal 2, right? Not even should. 1 + 1 equals 2, right? Donald Trump and his billionaire friends are grifters. They are tanking the American economy so that assets will be cheap, so they can buy those assets. Story over. And, like, they don't care about relations between Europe and Canada and the United States and Mexico. Like, they don't care. It's utterly and completely irrelevant to them. They don't care if they make Europe mad. They don't care if they make Canada mad. They don't care if they make Mexico mad. They don't care. They don't care if they make their own citizens mad. They don't care. It's a pump and dump scheme. And that's all it is. And so that's how I'm going to be talking about it. So let's just eliminate the mystery from this conversation completely. Bound rights. Should all tariffs between Canada and the U.S. be dropped? I mean, I'm of the opinion that Canada needs to pivot away from America as fast as possible. Like, America is no longer a stable partner. They are threatening annexation on Canada. They are threatening and trying to justify acts of belligerence against Canada. We should be arming ourselves, and we should be pivoting as fast as possible away from America as a valid trading partner. That we should trade our lumber and our coal and our oil and all of these resources with other people. And we should be erecting trade alliances with other people, and we should be doing everything we can to get away and keeping America at arm's distance as fast as possible. That I could respect why, up until the Trump moment, people were like, no, we have good relations with the Americans and we have all this kind of stuff. The entire time, I'm just like, they will turn on us, right? Like, they're going to turn on us. The things that they were doing overseas, they will bring home, right? The project of annihilation that they were doing throughout the Middle East, they will bring home. It's a historical trope that if you are a civilization and a society that dominates and controls other nations on your borders or abroad, right? Well, the people who are doing that are going to come home, and they're going to enact those exact same policies in your house. Here it is. Here it is. It's happening, right? And they're not joking. They do not give a fuck. They do not care. So we should be absolutely arming ourselves, preparing for military engagement, and detaching our trade as fast as possible from America and connecting it to other trading partners, because America is no longer a stable, reliable trading partner. Full stop. Hull writes, recession equals cheap assets to buy equals incremental control. That's when capitalists shine, simple as. It's just trading, but with people's lives. It's nothing new for capitalists. Like these people are slavers, right? Like, they don't give a fuck. They're committing a genocide in the Middle East. Like, they don't care at all. Like, we are collapsing into a style of feudalism. You can call it what you want, techno-feudalism or anything like that, right? It's feudalism, right? Jeff Bezos is a feudal king. It's like a lawless feudalism, right? Like, feudalism still operated on like the basis of law, right? Whereas the feudalism that we're entering now is essentially just an economic domination of feudalism, right? There's no law. The rule of law doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. It's just kind of a sucker's game now for people to be like, but 10 years ago we wrote something down. Like, they don't care. And they never will care. It doesn't matter at all to them. That they consider the people who are trying to like legalese and lawyer their way through it just to be a minor nuisance. Like, they'll just throw their legalese people at it and then just do the thing they want to do, because there's no like system of laws anymore. Like, that should have been made perfectly obvious through this deportation. I mean, for God's sakes, like, Netanyahu says fighting has resumed in Gaza with full force. So it's just straight up like, who gives a fuck about international law? Like, there's no international law. That doesn't exist. And then we've got a really good one here. Hold on. I'm the best. Oh, yeah. Like, this, a letter from a Palestinian political prisoner in Louisiana, dictated over the phone from ICE detention, March 18th, 2025. The Mahmoud Khalil story should tell you, like, there's no rules anymore. The law doesn't exist, right? Like, the law that doesn't exist. It just doesn't matter, right? Bound writes, Canada has a 285% tariff on chicken, eggs 168, turkey is 165, and has for years. Okay. Like, I don't really care about the intricacies of this tariff war, right? Like, I genuinely don't. Like, because I don't know the particularities of it. Like, it could possibly be that there's like a very good reason why this tariff system exists as it exists. Like, perhaps it's just as simple a case as Canada can't produce eggs or sell them to America at a profit without that tariff in place, right? So, like, the choice for Americans is either accept that tariff or just don't have the eggs at all. And so American leadership probably went, yeah, okay, we would like to have the eggs, right? That it's useful for our northern countries, right? We share this big, gigantic border with Canada. So here, hold on. Let me start from the beginning with that, right? And of course, everything I'm about to say is just me talking out my ass, but it's like a perfectly reasonable explanation for why it might be the case, right? Like Montana. So, like, if egg production exists throughout, like, Texas, the southern states are in here, right? and they're all selling them to the big cities over here. Well, how do you get eggs up here and have them actually be like reasonably priced, right? Like if I can sell eggs to San Francisco, like made up numbers, totally made up, like you buy an egg for $5 in San Francisco. Well, a guy in Montana is not going to be able to afford that. Okay, but a guy down here, right across the border in Canada, can produce eggs, and he'll sell them to Montana, and he'll sell them for $2, like $2 an egg, $3 an egg, right, with that tariff in place. So for the Montana guy, he's like, yeah, good deal, right? I'll take it. Sure, it means I have to pay that tariff, but it also means I get access to eggs, right? So, like, now again, I'm not saying that's what's happened. I'm just saying that there's a situation in which the tariff might have come in, and it makes total sense for everybody, right? It makes sense for the people who live in Montana. It makes sense for the people who live in North Dakota and Washington, because they're just like, man, if the choice is between not having eggs or paying a tariff, I'll pay the tariff, right? But so now we're going to do a big tariff war. It's going to be a big fucking problem for everybody, and everybody's prices are just going to go up. It doesn't make any fucking sense unless you realize that you live under grifters, right? Yeah, I mean, there's also this. Like, the United States could just destroy Canadian farmers. There's also just the straight-up protectionist reasons. Like, Canada understands that the United States could probably just roll up and cause a lot of problems. We've always understood that, right? We've always understood that the United States can just roll in, and, like, taking us over is probably not on the table, but, like, destroying all of our infrastructure is, right? Like, the United States is big and strong and powerful and can fuck us up, right? And we want and have always wanted to remain a distinct, like, the reason Canada exists is because of an initial disagreement between the United States and Canada. That while the United States was fighting a revolutionary war against the Crown, Canada was the loyalists. We said we wanted to stick with the Crown, right? And that's the initial breaking point. That if Canada didn't have that disagreement between itself and the United States, then it would just probably already be part of the United States, right? Yeah, revolution against the Crown, overthrow, yeah, get fucked, America. But that's not the road that we took. We took the loyalist road, where we said, no, we are colonists from the old world into the new world, and we are going to maintain relations. Like, for Canada, it wasn't until like the 80s that we even declared our independence from the British Empire, right? Like, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that we live under is like an extremely new document. And so Canada wants to maintain its integrity as an older or as a distinct entity, because Canada wants to, and Canadians want to be able to make their own decisions for their own country without having to ask this incredibly defunct, unstable organization for permission. Bound rights. I can tell you right now, Trump doesn't want Canada as a state. Canada is, what, 40 million people? A little under that, but yeah. Why would a Republican president want to add 50 liberal House seats and 2 liberal senators to Congress? There would never be another conservative policy passed again. Yeah, he's just creating chaos so that he can make money for himself. Like, that's it. It's just no mystery to it anymore. Like, I'm just trying to demystify all of it. Donald Trump wants money for Donald Trump. Full stop. Like, there's no further analysis to be made. And if your analysis takes you any other direction than Donald Trump wants money for Donald Trump, you're wrong. You're just way off in la la land. Donald Trump's not doing anything for the integrity of the United States. Donald Trump's not doing anything for the legacy of the United States. Donald Trump's not doing anything to try to improve the quality of life for the citizens. He's not trying to set America up for some kind of future vision. He's not trying to do any of that. He's trying to make more money for Donald Trump, period. With no caveats, no asterisks, no addendum, no footnote, no caveat, no nothing. Donald Trump wants money for Donald Trump, full stop. And like, we've just got to get into this mode of thinking about it. Where it's like, okay, why is Donald Trump doing this? How does this make money for Donald Trump? No further analysis required. Like, Donald Trump doesn't give a shit if annexing Canada means that no conservative policy would ever be passed again. If it makes him money, he'll do it. Like, he doesn't care. Open the Borders Now, first time chatter, writes, don't proudly wear the USSR flag. It's bad optics, sadly, especially associating Palestine with the USSR, useless and counterproductive gesture. I would just argue that you don't know anything about the subject. That's it. Like, if you don't know anything about it and you think that CIA propaganda is accurate, then you can make these kind of broad proclamations. But once you actually begin to understand something about the subject, maybe you'd think differently. So I see this all the time. People come in and make these kinds of statements, and then I start picking at it, and they just kind of reveal that they don't know anything about the subject. So I just assume you're another one of those people. Technically, we're still crown land. Yeah. Well, I mean, and we use a lot of that language here in Canada, right? So if Canada makes like a national organization in order to do something on a national level, it's called a crown corporation, right? So all of the kind of old methods of how we used to do things underneath the crown still exist. And it's actually kind of wild because the way the Canadian political system works is that the Canadian Prime Minister actually has, like, if you were to do a comparison between the power of the presidency in the United States relative to the rest of the system versus the power of the Prime Minister's office relative to the rest of the system, the Prime Minister's office has way more power than the presidency. Like, the Prime Minister's office literally has the power of the throne. Like, they have the power of a king. Like, that is a real thing that exists. It's considered kind of balanced because the Prime Minister's office isn't elected. It's appointed through the party. So you vote for MPs, which make up a party, and then that party is who elects the Prime Minister's position. So it's like the leader of the party, and the party is responsive. And so, like, it hasn't been the case yet that we have had a Donald Trump type figure who comes into office and is like, oh, I can just do things like as a king. Oh, then I'll just make it like in the United States, all of these executive orders that Donald Trump has been doing, like, they're not edicts from a king. The Congress could technically stand up and shut them down. The Senate can technically stand up and shut them down. The Supreme Court has shut some of them down, right? So there's a system of checks and balances that exists in the United States, which kind of smooths things over a little bit, or tries to take the teeth out of it a little bit. In Canada, no, get fucked. The only thing that we have to kind of act as a check or a balance to the Prime Minister's office literally writing a document and sending it out as law is straight up the Senate, which is an unelected body. And so it's a lifelong appointment by the Prime Minister's office. So the idea that, like, the Prime Minister could just load the Senate with his friends, which they do all the time, and then pass whatever legislation they want. And of course, people who argue in favor of our Senate system say things like, yeah, but it's a lifetime appointment. So after they're appointed, they actually don't have political leverage anymore, right? So there's this, like, back and forth, this constant, like, okay, is the system that we have legitimate? Does it have legitimacy? Can we improve it? Is it possible to be improved? Bound writes, did you know Trump is the only president in the last couple that didn't increase his net worth the last time he was president? Clinton went from 1.3 million to 240 million. Bush went from like 5 million to 25 million. Obama went from 1.3 to 70 million. Trump went from 2.3 billion to 1.5 billion. Yeah, it just means he's an idiot. I mean, that's it. Like, I'm not really fully understanding the Trump apologetics that we're getting. Right? Like, it just means that like lost money because he's bad at what he does, right? Like, and let's pretend for a minute that he isn't bad at what he does and he's actually good at what he does. So he's taking short-term losses for long-term gain. Like, that's it. Like, yeah, I imagine that a guy who personally funded a presidential run and then had to personally defend himself for 4 years against adversaries who were trying to ensure that he couldn't run again, and then had to personally fund his presidential run again. Yeah, I'm sure that he lost money. Like, yeah. And now he plans to recoup, right? And he will. Yeah, Oddity writes, they would like to make us like Puerto Rico, not an actual 51st state. Well, this is kind of the tipping of the hand, if you ask me, on the whole Canadian American tariff war issue. Is like it's completely unnecessary. Like, Canada was pretty much just a vassal state of the United States anyway. We were economically linked to them. We're like their number one trading partner. Like, it's not a this isn't a winning strategy from a nationalist viewpoint, right? From the viewpoint of what's good for Canadians and what's good for Americans and what's good for the nation of Canada and what's good for the nation of America, this is not a winning strategy. It will result in conflict and friction. It just will. But that's not what it's about, right? It's about Donald Trump making more money for Donald Trump. And that's it. That's all it is. It's just like we've given a big dumb idiot, a big dumb narcissistic psycho, these big toys to play with, and so he's playing with them. That's it. That's all it is. Bound writes, I'm not shilling for him. I just thought it was interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think I already said it, but I think I could say it a little bit cleaner, which is that Donald Trump has had to spend a lot of money to get to where he is, right? Another good reason why it's a bad idea to have billionaires, right? Because one guy can just shill out a whole bunch of money and win a whole bunch of elections. Like, American elections are actually cheap, right? Like, politicians are cheap. I think, to me, that was the big surprise. That was the big shock. Is that when I first started to dive in to the reality that politicians are bought and that they don't represent the populace, I kind of assumed that it was like millions of dollars. Like, I assumed that they were getting paid like lots of money. But like, some of these guys you can buy for $10,000, right? Like, you take a look at like why am I blanking on that? The Israeli lobby, right? Is the ADF. If you take a look at how much money they're paying to have these people vote in favor of genocide, some of them it's literally $1,000. Like, there's this. It's just kind of amazing how cheaply these politicians are bought for, and so if you have a billionaire in your midst, if you have a guy with $1 billion, well, yeah, he can buy the entire Congress, the entire Senate, the presidency, the Supreme Court. He can buy all of that just by himself, because politicians are extremely cheap. It was actually like really depressing to see how cheaply they could be bought for. Fiddleford, good to see you, my man. We have cross-border families, and I know people whose second home is an American town. Yeah, like, for the last 40 years, it's just been kind of assumed that America and Canada are just have very positive relations, and that we don't need to get into this conversation of sovereignty, because we kind of understand what's good for America is good for Canada, and what's good for Canada is good for America, right? That's the assumption that we've been running on. But You know, when you're ruled by fascists, it's only a matter of time. And like, we're also dealing with a military class who straight up just looks at a map and it's just like, that place isn't blue. That place could be blue and it's not blue. Time to make it blue. That's it. Like, I do think that there are military people in the conversation that are just like, America should have control of Canada and Greenland. We should just have control of that. That's it. It's like Worf just being like, we could control it. We will do it. Okay. XD writes, do you think then on a significant level they are just enthusiastic about just genocide and suppressing the working class? I don't think they think about those things. Like, if the end of the if the end of the road is a pot of treasure for them, then they don't care what the road is made of. Make it with Gazan bodies, Canadian corpses. It doesn't matter to them. Pot of gold for me. So I think to imply that there is like an enthusiasm about what's being done sort of implies that they aren't just demonic monsters, right? Which they are. Like, they are. They're the empathy centers in their brain are black. They don't have the ability to have that kind of empathetic conversation. Even it just doesn't compute. It's not part of the conversation. That's something that I think is like really difficult for people to grab hold of and really difficult for people to engage with, because most people have empathy. We just have that, right? We just have the ability to feel emotions and feel the emotion of empathy, right? But we've done the studies. Once you reach a certain state of wealth and a certain state of wealth disparity in your society, you lose the capacity for empathy. You become brain damaged. It's just real. And so when you have somebody who has that, like, I don't think that they are sitting there going, and then we'll kill them and torture them and be, and I do think there's some of them that are like that. Sure, you could, like, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein's island existed, right? There it is. But I think for most of them, it's just literally like, I'd like my portfolio to go up by 0.5% this year, and I'm being told that if I support these policies, then my portfolio will go up by 0.5% this year. So I'll say yay to that policy. And the policy that they're talking about is the Gazan genocide. They just don't care. Like, it just doesn't matter. Like, just nothing, right? So I don't think it's enthusiasm. I think it's just literally a brain broken people who measure success via money go up good, and that's it. We have a fellow by the name of Bali Hooplar in Twitch chat. In 2017, Trump's first year in office, he also made $6.5 million from China. The returns show. The source of the China payments is not clear from the returns. Trump, according to the filings, reported having bank accounts in China, Ireland, and the United Kingdom, 2015 to 2017, even as he was commander-in-chief. Starting in 2018, however, he only reported an account in the UK. In several years, Trump appears to have paid more in foreign taxes than he did in net U.S. federal income taxes. That's a funny observation, dude. Yeah, I mean, part of that is because, like, other countries enforce their taxes, right? Like China enforces its taxes. Right? You want to do business with China? Okay, here's the tax. You didn't pay the tax? Pay the tax. Oh, you're not paying the tax? Here's a jail cell. Right? China enforces its laws because China is actually a place that governs through laws. The United States doesn't enforce its own tax code. Like, there was an interview I watched fairly recently. I forget the name of the fellow, which is annoying, but he was on Jon Stewart's Daily Show. And he was talking about if all the United States did was enforce its existing taxes, like, forget about putting new taxes in place. Forget about that. just enforced the tax code on the billionaire class that exists, then they could pay for all kinds of things, right? Like that one of the major issues that we're facing, look, the issue that we are facing is that it's fascism. That's the issue, that it's fascism, and that the fascists don't give a shit about laws. They don't care about the enforcement of laws. It doesn't matter to them even a little bit. The only reason they are engaging at all in this idea that there are laws is to waste your time, is to get you into this labyrinthian, Kafka-esque bureaucracy where they can just constantly be throwing things up in front of you over and over and over again legislatively. They can just litigate your time away over and over and over again and just constantly obfuscate and constantly get you wasted in this thing on a thing that you care about, but they do not. They don't give a fuck about the laws, even a little, even a tiny itsy bitsy little tiny bit. But they know you do, and so they're happy to waste your time on that while they go do the thing they want to do. Like, and until we get to a place where we go, oh, this whole like law thing is just a game that they're using to waste all our time. I know where their house is. Now we're doing real politics. Yeah, red, white, and blue land. The Gulf of America, right? Yeah, and it doesn't take all that much wealth. No, it doesn't take much wealth at all. Like that's why it's dangerous, right? Like you have a hyper wealthy class of demented people, basically. It's like we're all sitting here being like, what happened to the boomers? Must be the lead. No, they all got fucking rich. And so they lost their capacity to care about even their own children. Like that's what it is. You want everybody to kind of exist in the same strata. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, and then you start worshiping Ayn Rand. Yeah, dude. Like I remember it was the Tea Party people, right? The Tea Party people. What was his name? There was one of them specifically, a younger guy. I'm blanking on his name. It doesn't matter. He's not in office anymore. Ryan? Something Ryan? Anyway. And he was talking about Ayn Rand and objectivism as like his political poststone, and I was just like, oh yeah, America's fucked. Like if you're actually going to use objectivism as a serious thing, as opposed to just like something that like Stephanie Myers came up with, we're in a lot of trouble. Like we're in a lot of trouble. Peanut Butter Beatrice says, I saw a beautiful town hall where everyone started chanting tax the rich. Oh, yeah, I've been seeing those town halls for sure. The town halls that exist, like, some Luigi shit is going to start happening. For sure. Like, we're seeing political representatives saying to a crowd of people, we're not going to cut social services or veterans affairs, being confronted by people who were just fired, right? Like just fired, and like who were just let go from their systems, and like United States veterans, and like the people who the Republican Party ostensibly professes to support getting cut loose, right? And confronting these political people, and the political people basically just stonewalling them pretty much. Like, have you noticed that all of the political people who are having this stuff chanted at them, like they're not relenting, they're not changing their positions, they're not changing their minds, right? That they are there to do, this is what they're there to do. They're there to take that heat, right? That's their job. So that when you start chanting in front of them, they just stand there and then they vote against you. That's their whole job. That's the reason they're in that position. And if they weren't willing to do it, then someone else would be. Right? And as long as you are willing to accept that the full extent of total politics is standing in front of your representative chanting, then they'll happily continue the decline of the Western civilization, right? But it's when you go beyond that and actually say, oh no, politics is there's this whole other thing that we can do, right? There's a whole other spectrum of stuff that we can do in order to, actually have governance happen. That's when politics really starts to happen. I mean, you can take a look at the Black Panthers. You can take a look at Malcolm X. You can take a look at, the civil rights movement was successful, not because they stood in front of politicians and chanted. Sukov over on Twitch says hi. Hello. So the U.S. Navy begins sustained combat operations against Houthi forces. That makes sense, because Israel launches waves of strikes on Gaza with more than 400 reportedly killed. Combine this, of course, with the massacres and the genocide that's happening in Syria, the recent Syrian coup that occurred with Israeli backing. And we're starting to see pretty clearly, right? We're starting to see pretty clearly that the Greater Israel Project is in full force, right? That the genocide is full blown. They're just doing it again, right? They're expanding it, right? They're expanding it. And it won't be too much longer until it's just straight up Jordan, Lebanon, right? And they just dominate this whole region, right? The plan for Greater Israel is Syria, sections of Iraq, sections of Saudi Arabia, to take over this whole area, and then, of course, the Suez Canal, and to make Greater Israel. That's the whole plan. And they're doing it. They're doing it through genocidal violence. And we're all just kind of watching it. Sukov asks, what do you think about Stalin? I think that's... So I don't fall into the trap of the great man of history, right? That Stalin was the leader that was elected by the communists to take over after Lenin. That the communists during that period of time were looking at an extreme threat coming out of Europe, which is the Nazis. Germany had already invaded Russia once before. And I think that the Soviets did a very good job of transitioning from Tsarism, monarchy, right, feudalism, basically, into an industrialized superpower, which is what they became. I do think that Stalin and that group of communists had the spirit of communism beat out of them. I say all the time that the Soviets defeated the Nazis, but fascism defeated communism. Because post-World War II and post-Stalin, the narrative of Russia did not continue forward with the vision of communism, continue building the productive forces, continue the socialist enterprise, right? It became Western appeasement. That's what it became. And that Stalin's big whiff in all of it was not erecting more stable and stronger institutions. But I do think that Stalin was given an incredible task, an incredible enterprise. Probably when you take a look at some of the most insane moments in human history, World War II is right fucking there. And I think that the people who tend to demonize Stalin are doing so because they're Russophobes, mainly. That sure, you can find moments where extreme things happened in Russia. World War II was an extreme period of time. I think that if Stalin was my leader right now, I would like him. And I think that that's basically how I gauge my opinion of world leaders through time. That given the events that the Russians were experiencing and the Soviets were experiencing, that if Stalin was my leader right now in this period of time, saying the things that he was saying when he was leader then, I think I would like him. And I would complain about my society and my civilization less if Stalin was my leader. But of course, given the structure of the society and how we got to where we are at in this place, Stalin would never be the leader of my country. So hopefully that answers your question, my man. It's just like we could just not, you know? Like that's the thing about this whole thing that fucking pisses me off to just an incredible degree. We could simply not. We could just not do it. Like, what are we gaining? What are we getting? Who's winning? Who's winning in this? Where's the victory? Right? Where's the W? How do we walk away from this going, yeah, we improved the world. Everything's so much better now. Like what's victory here? And like the more I do any kind of investigation on these on the Israelis and Israeli society, the more I'm just disgusted by us. Like this is what we're doing. Like we're funding this genocidal, crazy regime where they literally train their children that Palestinians are animals. Like, ugh. Bali Hooplar writes, what's going on in our wonderful world, the 83% non-Western world? Well, and because of what we're doing, because of how we're acting, we are alienating ourselves from the rest of the world. And we're isolating ourselves from the rest of the world. And places like China are becoming the center of the world because people are seeing that they're actually stable. Oh, XD writes, John, I can't find the article or source verifying that tweet on screen. Just saying. That's a fair thing to say, XD. So we'll just move on from it, and we'll point out exactly that. That this is just a tweet, comes from pamphlets. China is considering humanitarian sections on Israel as an emergency BRICS Plus meeting, but one of my regular commentators is saying that we can't find the article or source on that. So that's what we'll report on. Thanks, XD. I appreciate that. Keep the stream honest. So we'll just move on to defense news. There's your source. You know what, man? XD, you're really hitting on something that I've been thinking of for a long time, and I think I'm finally going to do it by policy. No more X. I think we're good. I think if it's coming from X and I can't find it, or rather, if it's coming from X, that should trigger in me a desire and a need to find a secondary source right away. So I think that's the policy moving forward, and that's what I'm going to do. And I think that this is what's convinced me. Thanks, Eggs. I appreciate it. No more X. We're just going to cleanse ourselves of it. Goodbye, X. Except Exhale. Exhale can stick around. Good to see you, bud. That's probably one of the best timed entrances I've seen. Bali Hoopler writes, Xi with a hammer and sickle behind him. Nice. Yeah, I mean, the Chinese Communist Party does everything it can to not downplay, that's too strong, but definitely like normalize. They're not standing there doing big, gigantic speeches on the virtue of communism, right? Like they're not trying to take their thumb and stick it in the eye of the Western world over and over again. But if you listen to their speeches and you listen to what they say, like they reference Marx, they talk about communism, like they're not bullshitting. It's just that I think they also understand like they should not be antagonizing the international capitalist system, because the international capitalist system is proven to be extremely violent and based on genocide. And they don't want that to come to their country. Like, they remember the 100 Years of Humiliation. They remember Mao. Like, they remember. They remember the Vietnam War. They remember the Korean War. Like, they remember. They're not stupid when it comes to what's going on with the Americans and what the Americans are willing to do. So, from a report, China's shipbuilding dominance, a national security risk for the United States. In only 2 decades, China has grown to be the dominant player in shipbuilding, claiming more than half of the world's commercial shipbuilding market, while the US share has fallen to just 0.1%. There's your capitalist innovation, guys, posing serious economic and national security challenges for the US and its allies. Yeah, you don't build things anymore, America. Like, you don't do that. It's not a thing that you do. Like, you guys are like Eric Cartman, right? Like, America, not you guys being like American citizens, but like America. Like, America on the world stage is like Eric Cartman, just constantly blathering about from a position of moral superiority, constantly dictating terms, constantly demanding that things be done his way, but extremely lazy and unwilling to do things. Bally Hooplar writes, well, the US would get away with a partition in Korea these days. Dude, I don't think Korea, like, I think Korean unification is inevitable, but I don't think it's going to happen the way that people want it to. Like, the Westerners want it to, right? The way the West wants reunification to occur is they want some deal to be struck so that Western surrogates in South Korea will be maintained. And then the hope is that the power systems, the capitalist power systems in South Korea, will eventually overwhelm economically the systems of North Korea. I think what's going to happen is that South Korea is going to be so significantly weakened by its population decline, like its shocking, stunning, unbelievable population decline that it's experiencing, that North Korea will basically just walk in and just take it over. And the imperial partners, right, Japan, United States, are just not going to be in a position to stop them. Like, the United States can't defeat the Houthis, right? Like, we've got an article here where the Americans are, yeah. U.S. Navy begins sustained combat operations against Houthi forces. The U.S. Navy has entered sustained combat operations in the 5th Fleet area of operations after U.S. President Donald Trump promised overwhelming lethal force against Iranian-backed forces, threatening U.S. forces in the region. The campaign will involve multiple rounds of proactive strikes on various targets, not limited to the retaliatory strikes seen in past strikes on Houthi positions, according to U.S. Officials familiar with the matter. So, like, they can't defeat the Houthis. Like, when North Korea moves into South Korea, who's coming in there? Like, what's it going to look like? So they just don't have the ability to stop it from happening. And I think it's going to happen within one generation, right? Like, a single generation. And the South Korean population is going to be decimated. Capitalism is what's decimating its population. The population decline exists throughout the Western world and throughout the capitalist world. But nowhere is it more shocking than in South Korea. They've got a replacement rate of 0.3, right? So that means for every person that exists, or so, like, 2, right? If you've got a replacement rate of 2, that means you're even, right? So for every 2 people, 2 more are coming up behind, right? Most of the Western world and most of the capitalist world is at like 1 point something, which means that you're in a decline. That's the reason why Canada has been doing all of this crazy immigration, because we see the population decline coming. because capitalism is a failed system that doesn't work for anyone. In South Korea, it's 0.3. So that means for every 2 people, that's going to be reduced to 0.3 of a person. So that means you need 4 people to make 1 person in South Korea. So your population is going to go down from 100% to 30%. And that's going to happen in a single cycle. That is a massive, startling, shocking, directly in your face, big flashing red light. Could not be a bigger crisis. And the people who are in power acknowledge that it's a crisis, but their solutions are, how do we protect the system of capital while finding a solution to this problem? And they can't square that circle, right? It would be like trying to save a burning building by maintaining the integrity of the fire. Bali writes, South Korea is built on U.S. outsourcing. As the U.S. declines, it won't be good for them. Yeah, the U.S. has been economically favorable to South Korea. Well, because the point of South Korea was to staunch the spread of communism, right? Like the partition happened in the 1950s because of the Korean War after the destruction of Japan, right? The nuclear bombardment of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And then the surrender of the Japanese imperialists to America. And then they basically just like built up capacity over the next 4 years and then invaded Korea to quote unquote staunch the spread of communism, right? That the concern was that Mao was going to take Korea, right? As well as all this, right? Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, all this, right? The concern is that China, instead of looking like this, would actually just be like this full blobbed out. And then big concerns about, are they going to come into India? And remember, at that time, India is a British colony. So it's like the Americans get involved in the region to very specifically staunch the spread of communism, stop the communists from taking more territory. And the communists declared themselves as the leaders of the country, the People's Republic of China, in 1949. So, and in 1950, this happens, right? So it's pretty clear to me that this whole project and this whole project of building up South Korea exists so that the Americans can use it as a vassal in order to fuck with China. And that's always been the case. It's the same story with like Taiwan. It's the same story with the Vietnamese, although the Vietnamese story is a little bit different. But you do have other events that nobody knows about, like the Indonesian genocide that happened during that period of time. Like, so the Americans have always been there fucking around. Always. Since the end of World War II. It's just the degree to which they are fucking around. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, well, South Korea originally wanted a communist government anyhow, but of course the U.S. couldn't allow that. No, of course. Because everybody knows communism fails, which is why it's so important that we spend trillions of dollars to destroy it. Now you've said something that makes me want to talk about something specific. And it's something that, like, I see a lot of, right? And it makes sense. Like, I'm not mad about it because it's a basic human thing, right? Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, South Korea is where the 4B movement came from after all. The 4B movement is essentially just fuck men, right? It's a type of feminist movement that basically says stop dating men, stop connecting with men, stop, right? And I see a lot of this type of talk and a lot of this back and forth on social medias. It's impossible to avoid, especially as like a single man who would be interested in getting in a relationship with a single woman. I think the algorithms kind of know that, and so they're like, you should be attracted to this content where you say women are terrible, or where women and men bicker back and forth about what men and women want. And a lot of that content is generated by a culture. I can see it the content is generated by a culture that has individualized dating and individualized relationships. And the 4B movement, I think, is a case in point on this, where your desire for a relationship is an individualist pursuit exclusively and only. And so the entire conversation about it is extremely superficial, right? That women be like, men be like, right? Women need to be more like, men need to be more like, right? Women versus men, right? The battle of the sexes. It's a tale as old as time. But the underpinning of the relationship between men and women is capitalism. And there is this intrinsic understanding that exists within the heart of both men and women, which is that drowning people are best not to grab a hold of one another. If a drowning person grabs hold of a person who is not drowning, they are just liable to drown them both. And that is the basic principle of what we're seeing. That capitalism is a collapsing, failed model in which 60% of the society is living paycheck to paycheck. 60%, that's the majority of people, are living paycheck to paycheck. People do not have the resources to be able to sustain themselves. And so the idea that they're going to get into a relationship where one person sustains two people or a family, right? That's not feasible. That's not real. And instead of the society saying, oh, our economic model is failing us, our government is failing us, our universities and banks are failing us, we need to replace them with structures that don't fail, that are actually interested in sustaining basic human life and basic human growth. Instead of saying that, the system of capital is perfectly happy to turn men and women against one another, right? And say women need to be more like this, men need to be more like this, right? And this, in my view, is where all this content is coming from. That the system of capital wants us to be turned against one another, right? Because if we're against each other and we're constantly pouring our energy against one another, then what are we not doing? Right? We're not pouring our energy against the system of capital, which is the underpinning system that is preventing people from having the economic stability they need to have a successful sexual relationship. One of the most damning things I see all the time, right, is, women are just after money, right? It's like, not, I mean, okay, so let's say they are, right? Let's say that women are just interested in, economic stability, right? Who wants to have a child in a situation that's not economically stable, right? Probably very few people would be willing to follow through on that. Well, okay, then isn't the solution not men better grind set? Isn't the solution, hey, maybe we should have an economic system that supports everybody? Isn't that the solution? That the solution that we're being peddled and that's being put forward comes out of people like Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate, right? The manosphere, grind, set, money up, individualization, right? As if 60% of us aren't living paycheck to paycheck. But isn't the actual solution collective? Isn't there a collective solution where we say, okay, well, let's say that women are interested only in men who have a certain amount of money. Then shouldn't all men have that? Then shouldn't everybody be at that tier, right? If we can't have successful families, like if we're going to pretend as though like the Republican Party actually cares about families, they don't, but let's pretend like they do, then shouldn't the policy of the Republican Party be economic stability for everybody? Shouldn't both men and women be at an economic position where they're economically stable so that that aspect of human need doesn't enter in to the conversation of building relationships with one another and building and successfully replicating? Because successful replication is the number one thing that we should be looking at, right? If your system cannot successfully replicate itself, if you cannot successfully replicate it through time, then on a basic evolutionary position, your system is a failure. Your system does not work. And if you have a growth rate of 0.3 or even 1 point whatever, then your system is not working because your system is not replicating itself through time. That in 100 years, South Korea ceases to exist simply because it cannot replicate itself. Why can't it replicate itself? Because the system of capital is grinding the people who live under it to death. Literally. Literally. That it is not allowing the people who live under its boot to actually meet with one another and build successful family units with one another. It is not allowing successful replication to occur. Like, and this is a point that I'm really hammering on because I never hear it talked about ever. Nobody actually talks about it. Everything is just bitches be this, bros be this. Like that, nobody actually stops and says, hold on, wait a minute. We're all experiencing exactly the same thing, which is this crushing economic downward spiral where it's becoming less and less possible for people to replicate themselves within the society of capital. Like, you're talking about a failure of the highest possible level. Like, tribal societies replicate themselves, right? Feudal societies replicate themselves. Capitalist societies do not replicate themselves. What's up over on Twitch? Says, I sent you a dono. Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. I do appreciate. Good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe. Hit those bells, hit those whistles. Let's fight against the algorithm, right? As best as we can. Tell your friends, tell your wives, tell people I exist, tell people on the internet. If you see somebody saying like, hey, does anybody know any good leftist streamers, just send them my way, right? Let's fight this fucking algorithm, because I despise that the fate of humanity has been linked to an artificial intelligence. I think that we are doomed because of it. Well, we're not doomed, but the concept of organized civilization is doomed. That once you take the heart out of it, how do you go anywhere? What's up says, can I suggest something? There's this organization I want your opinion on. Yeah, great, bud. Ask away. Especially after you just donated. I'll be accommodating. So I just want to wrap up my thought on this 4B movement and sort of the men versus women thing that's going on. I think that is the capitalists that are happily driving a wedge between men and women, because it means that we are fighting one another as opposed to fighting them. And that's what it's all about. Yeah, but I'm not going to click on links. So just ask me to search something. I'll search it up. I do love this story. How gratifying. Cheers in China as Trump dismantles Voice of America. One nationalist influencer called it truly gratifying. Another said he was laughing his head off, and a state media editorial hailed the demise of what it called the lie factory. Chinese nationalists and state media could hardly contain their schadenfreude after President Donald Trump signed an executive order Friday to dismantle Voice of America, Radio Free Asia, and other U.S. government-funded media organizations that broadcast to authoritarian regimes. Authoritarian. Remember, authoritarian means they pass laws and expect those laws to be followed. For years, the Chinese government and its propaganda apparatus have relentlessly attacked the VOA and RFA for their critical coverage of China, their made-up coverage of China, particularly on human rights and religious freedom. Yeah, right. And now the Trump administration is silencing the very institutions that Beijing has long sought to undermine, at a time when China is spending lavishly to expand its global footprint of its own state media. So notice that CNN is reporting on this as if this is like a losing Voice of America and Radio Free Asia is like this bad thing. These are CIA surrogates, right? Like these exist to lie constantly, and they do lie constantly. If I were to try to put like the positive spin on the Trump administration, it would be that the Trump administration sees that these are no longer beneficial organizations. Most of the world sees through them. And I would argue it is actually the case that organizations like Radio Free Asia and Voice of America really undercut American credibility in the world. Like, and the main reason why they undercut American credibility is because they are childishly fraudulent. Like, literally a little kid with cake covering his face and hands, standing in front of a parent being like, I don't know who stole the cake. Literally. Well, not literally, obviously, it's a metaphor, but you know what, according to the dictionary, it's fine. Literally a little kid covered in cake. I don't know who ate the cake. Who's to say to Mr. We? Like that level of childish lying. You have like some. What are some of the greats? What are some of the greats? Let's reminisce about some of the greats that we've seen from Radio Free Asia and Voice of America. Like, there's only 15 legal haircuts in North Korea. That was a good one. I'm like the unicorn is the official animal of North Korea. That was a really good one. I mean, the Uyghur genocide, always a classic to bring up. Just this obvious, overt, fraudulent lie. What's Up says, founding a new party, the Revolutionary Communists of America. So there's so many new parties popping up and there's so much stuff happening. What's up? Here's what I'll recommend to you, okay? Who are their leaders? Okay, who are their leaders? If you don't know who their leaders are, then they're feds. What have their leaders said and what are their leaders right about? If you can't find that, then they're probably feds. Like, you should be extremely suspicious of these organizations, right? Remember that the Nazis called themselves National Socialists, right? Like, they called themselves socialists. But if you actually looked at what Hitler said about Marxism and about socialism, you could clearly see that they were not socialists. Eggs D. Uyghurs forced to celebrate Ed. Yeah. So when you see something like Revolutionary Communists of America, well, find out what makes them so revolutionary. Who are their leaders? What are they saying? Right? And if you can't find out who their leaders are, and if you can't find out what their leaders are saying, and if you can't find out what their revolutionary policies are, and then if you do find out that their revolutionary policies are basically just social democracy, then they're probably feds, right? So we should be extremely skeptical. And then, yeah, if they're Trotskyists, just turn around and walk away, because it's just gotten embarrassing. Ballyhoo writes, Politico, a good source on Washington carry-ons, a USAID CIA riddled publication. Yeah. Like, so that would be the positive angle if I was to say that, like, Trump sees that these organizations are no longer trustworthy, right? That they're incredible, that they're incredulous. Nobody believes them anymore. I think the real truth is that Trump doesn't understand what soft power is. He doesn't understand how soft power actually operates. He actually does consider these to just be a waste of time, right? And you see a lot of that with, like, Elon Musk revealing, like, we're giving millions of dollars to Morocco for medical services or something, and they scoff at it. It's like, yeah, how else do you think the Americans fund far-right organizations to overthrow the government? Like, how else do you think that happens? Like, what path do you think the CIA takes to overthrow governments? right? Like when you got that Bolivian coup you wanted, Elon, how do you think that happened? Right? It happened because USAID, Voice of America, Radio Free Asia were in people's ears. They had funded organizations on the ground that seemed harmless, right? Yeah, come here and we'll help you out with some medical services or something. And then you pipeline them, right? How do you think this works? And the truth is that they don't think about it. Yeah, no subtle understanding from Trump, apart from his optics. Yeah, the truth is what Trump wants it to be. And so I just think that he takes a look at these organizations and says, what are these? These are pointless. Who cares? Meanwhile, China, right? If I was China, I'd be over the moon about this. I would actually consider this to be like the dawning of a new era of Chinese dominance in the world, right? The United States is essentially capitulating. They're essentially giving ground to the Chinese. Like that is just fundamentally true. And here's the major problem, I think, that the Americans are facing, which is that like they're complaining that Chinese state media is spreading into the world more, but the Chinese state media doesn't lie, right? Like it'll present itself in the most positive light, which we should expect any state media system to do, but it doesn't lie. Like it doesn't manufacture these obvious, overt, crazy, insane lies the way that the Americans do. And so this state media is just going to become more and more trustworthy, and people are going to trust it more and more as they are opened up to international and global media. It's like that Red Note moment that happened, where a bunch of Americans went over to this Chinese social media app, Red Note, and talked to a bunch of Chinese people. And the Chinese people asked them, they said, our state media says that you have to pay for ambulances or healthcare is like this, but that's just state media, right? That's got to be bullshit, right? And the Americans are forced to say, no, that's right. And so this has this like incredible effect where millions of Chinese people are suddenly like, oh, our state media is telling the truth. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. It really is like that. Oh, damn. Like, and I just don't think the Americans fully grasp or understand that, like, once you lose credibility like that, once you lose the trust of a person, you don't get it back, right? And so organizations like the Voice of America or Radio Free Asia, like, once you point out how crazy some of the shit they say is, and who's that hack propagandist that Joe Rogan had? The creepy looking like North Korean defector. What was her name? Like, once you hear some of the crazy shit that these people say, and you just do like the most, like the tiniest little dollop of skepticism, like she literally goes on Joe Rogan and is like, yes, everybody was forced to push the train. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, you crazy woman? Yeah, Yeonmi Park, that's right. It's just absolutely batshit. Like, what are you talking about? That they had everybody leave the train and then push the train? What are you talking about? That's stupid. Like, I can't believe that there would be a person in the world who would be like, whoa, they pushed the train. Like, what are you talking about? No, they wouldn't. Like, they just wouldn't. Why? Because they can't. What are you talking about? And so it's just these obvious, very straightforward lies that are making the American system of propaganda throughout the world a waste of money because nobody believes them. And they shouldn't. Right? They shouldn't. Nobody should believe anything the Americans have to say. Austin Wallace writes, the revolutionary communists of America are trots connected to the RCP in Canada. Got it. So I've interacted a bit, so I could talk a little bit more about this now because I now that I know that they're connected to the RCP in Canada. So Trotskyist organizations are dead-end organizations that exist to discredit communism. That's what they're for. And there are good people in those organizations. I think that that's true. That the feds allow these sorts of organizations to persist because they do a good job of chasing people away from communism. They essentially amount to being book clubs to siphon money away from well-meaning people into the coffers of kind of a shadowy group of people you don't know. They sell newspapers, they have people peddle this kind of stuff. So at the end, it ends up being kind of just like a little cult. They don't actually intend to take power. They're not actually serious. And the number one thing that I could point at that is just absolutely condemning of any Trotskyist organization is that Lenin didn't like Trotsky. And Trotsky's claims that he was the rightful heir to the throne of the leadership of the Bolsheviks is bullshit, and it is nonsense. The proposal for Stalin to be the leader of Russia was proposed by Lenin. The vote was like 70,000 in favor of Stalin and 4,000 in favor of Trotsky. So it wasn't close at all. So even the well-meaning Trots, right? Even the people who are like well-meaning Trotskyists, right? Well, they're not using the material dialectics against Trotsky or to analyze Trotsky, if you prefer, right? Which means that they're in a cult. They've got a little cult leader. His name is Trotsky, right? And more or less, the Trotskyists generally operate in favor and do things that the system of capital likes, right? And the number one thing that they do is they make sure people think that communists are crazy. That's it. So I wouldn't waste my time with Trotskyists at all because they are A, a cult, B, wrong, and then C, not actually interested in seizing power. So those are the reasons why I would stay away from Trotskyist organizations. Isaac writes, Yeonmi Park used to push the train in North Korea when she used to go to work. Yeah, exactly. Like, I guess when you're dealing with this, like, deeply gullible society that doesn't even understand how to be skeptical even for a minute, you can just say what you like, right? But now it's just gotten beyond the pale. 1,000%. Good to see you, my man. China is flourishing. Everyone dressed in latest fashion. People obviously doing well there. Plus buying up Canada housing stock while we can't afford to enter into our market. Yeah. No, I mean, China's doing great. Like, I think that it is fair to criticize China on the lines that it could be pushing harder. It could be doing more. But the people who are most critical of the Chinese Communist Party in that regard are the Chinese people themselves. So I think that we aren't really in a good position to criticize China. Chinese living standards have been improving over time. The rights and capabilities of the proletariat have been improving over time. Like, sure, you could point at one little snapshot to say the Chinese did a misstep here. Okay, cool. Thanks for your backseat quarterbacking while your own civilization and your own society is collapsing. But for the most part, I think the Chinese communists have done a very good job. And I have said it before, and I will say it again. I don't think, as communists, we are the masters and they are the students. I think it is the opposite. I think the Chinese communists are the masters. We should learn from them. That oftentimes when I see people who claim to be communists criticizing China, it looks a lot like some guy criticizing Magnus Carlsen in a chess game. Just like, no, you're not criticizing Magnus Carlsen's chess game, dude. You just don't understand what you're looking at, right? And you see a lot of that You see a lot of people who will criticize people who are better than them, uh, as, as if in this like backseat quarterbacking kind of mode, as if they could have done a better job. And the truth is, no, you couldn't have. And oftentimes, when you take a look at their criticism, it's like utterly detached from the material realities of what's going on. To me, that like encapsulates the modern conversation between Maoists and Dangists. It's like I understand that in 1972, your criticisms towards Deng make a lot of sense, right? It makes sense. Like, you're capitulating to capital, you're allowing capitalism in, you're betraying the revolution. The capitalists are going to come in and they're going to corrupt your systems, they're going to overwhelm. Like, I get that, okay? Well, it's 2025. Deng was right. Tough. Tough shit. Tough shit. If you're still going to stand in front of me and you're still going to talk about things from this old 1975 position, you're wrong. You're just wrong. And it's obvious that you're wrong. It's like so overwhelmingly obvious that you're wrong. And that most of the time I get talking to these guys and it's like they don't actually know anything about Xi Jinping. They don't actually know anything about modern day China. And a lot of times these guys still think about China as if it's like these people live in stick and paper huts. It's like, bro, times have changed. Like, the times have changed. China is obviously an advanced society. It is obviously an advanced civilization. Are there things they could improve? Sure. But you know who's most aware of that? The Chinese themselves. They're most aware of that. So my hope for China is that as organizations like the Voice of America and Radio Free Asia go away, and as China, literally, it's only been in the last 5 years that China has actually acknowledged it might actually be able to defend itself against Americans, right? Like, everything it's been doing under this auspice of a deep concern that America is going to roll in there with its military forces and fuck China up. And it's really only been in the last 5 years that the Chinese are like, we're going to win that. Yeah, we're going to win that. If it comes to like a full-blown World War II style conventional conflict, we win. So what does that mean for China? And what does that mean for its growth? And what does that mean for its vision of the future? Right? What does that mean for the Chinese Communist Party? What does that mean? And I suspect over the next 10, 15 years, we're going to get a lot of answers to those questions. Because I think the Chinese communists are not going to rest on their laurels. And they're not going to sit there and play a wait-and-see game. Like, they're not going to get in the way of the decline of the Western Empire. Like, they're not going to get in the way of that. But they are going to pursue their own goals. And I think that you're going to see some pretty crazy shit happen in China because of it. Like, these guys are going to have, like, a straight-up moon base while we are still debating whether or not children should have lunches at school, you know? Cowell, good to see you. It's superiority of organized labor over chaotic labor, savage capitalism, thanks to insane Milton Friedman for theorizing Western self-destruction. Yeah, the worship of chaos, right? Or the free market. The idea that the best way to organize a society is have a group of unhinged psychopaths make decisions. So it's gotten to the point now where, like, the neoliberal theory has been revealed as a lie, right? Like, it's not. I can see how people could have gullibly been like, no, this is how economics works, but it's over now. Like, if you're still going to stand in front of me and try to peddle this neoliberal myth, then you're basically not different than like an alchemist or a phrenologist, right? And it is to the point now where it's like, I no longer believe that you're doing it in good faith. I think that you're a liar and that you're lying. And that what you're doing is trying to rob people. That's what you're trying to do. Yeah, Isaac, I think you're right. The window opportunity for the U.S. to take China is over, right? Oh, dude, this reminds me. I'm gonna search this up. Give me a second. So Chinese drone show. Yeah. Yeah. So turn the. So this is what the Chinese are doing with their drones, right? This is the Chinese drone show. Isn't that gorgeous? Like, just put aside sort of the harrowing realization of drone warfare and what drone, like all the drone shit means, and just acknowledge that this is actually like a technological feat, and that it's just, look at how gorgeous this is, right? So this is what the Chinese are doing. And here's what the Americans are doing. Oh, get out of here. Skip ad. Skip ad. Dancing Trump. Let's see if I can find a better video that doesn't have the cuts of people in it.
Introducing two partner of your Toronto.
Sorry, guys.
U.S. President Donald Trump.
Like, it's just so gaudy. Like, it's so fucking gaudy and embarrassing. Like this dumbass Donald Trump thing, and then you scroll over and you take a look at what the Chinese are doing, and you're just like, it's not even close. Like, it's not even remotely close. And this is where you realize that what it is a crisis of imagination, or a spiritual crisis, right? Like it's an intellectual, spiritual crisis. What we're experiencing, that it's not that we have all of this technology, we have all this capability, we have all of this stuff that we could do. We have so much. We're just trapped in a failed ideology that isn't working. And that ideology is the richest person in the room is the best person in the room, and that person should be able to do whatever they like. Full stop. That's what the ideology is. And then there's all these implications to that, of course, which is, oh, well, if you're not rich, it's your fault, right? And you essentially get into standard Christian prosperity gospel heresy, right? And it's not working. It's failing. This hyper-individualism, this hyper-individualistic worldview that says everything that happens to you or everything that occurs is based on your choices and nothing else. It cannot work. Kellel writes, all USA can do watching China like the coyote watches Bip Bip. But like the difference in that drone show should show you really plainly. It should show you very plainly that, like, America has those drones, right? It has that capability. But when it puts on a drone show, what does it put on? Puts on a shitty cartoon version of Donald Trump doing like the Donald Trump dance. And then like words that say, and an American flag, and then words that are like America for the future or whatever. And it looks shitty. It looks stupid. And then you look over what the Chinese are doing, and they've got like a swirling dragon underneath a ring of like smoke coming down it. And it's like full mysticism and like the total history of China right in front of you. And you're just like, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you tell me which thing is not like the other by the time I finish this song? Ba-da-ba-ba. Yep. Isaac writes, the technology in the West is geared to suck money out of people. It's not to improve people's lives. Yeah. And that's what they call efficiency, right? That we need to focus on efficiency. Well, efficiently doing what? Right? And the answer is efficiently transferring money from the working class into the hands of the rich. That's what they want to efficiently do. And you can even see, like, I recently saw a video of JD Vance talking about the transfer of the manufacturing sector, right, over to China. And the way that he was talking about it is he would talk about manufacturing and the base of manufacturing as like the lower level, and that the capitalists are the higher level, right? And that we were focusing on the higher level and the Chinese focused on the lower level. And it really made me realize, like, oh yeah, these guys have an inverted worldview. Their worldview is that they, the rich, are number one, which is false. Without the working class, the rich have nothing. So who's the most important thing here? What's the most important thing? Is it the person actually doing the job? Is it the person actually doing the work? Or is it some rich psycho who does nothing at all? And I got to tell you, it's been absolutely wonderful watching Elon Musk implode during all of this. And like, the best part about Elon Musk's implosion is that it just was completely unnecessary. Like, he did not need to get involved in any of this at all. That's the best part. That Elon Musk's stocks are plummeting, right? There's all this. He's losing wealth hand over fist, right? And all he had to do is nothing, right? All he had to do is just sit there and rake it in, and say nothing, and make, nobody needed to know who he was, right? He didn't need to be like this front and center person. Kewell writes, all USA can do is watching China like the coyote watches the roadrunner. Yeah, there you go. Oh, the coyote watches Bip Bip. Bip Bip. Got it, dude. Yeah, sorry I gave the French version. Right. That's funny, dude. Dude, yeah, the coyote with the roadrunner. That's exactly it. Like, China is the roadrunner, man. And all it's doing is just racing forward. That's all it's doing, right? The funniest part about the Coyote versus Roadrunner cartoons is that it's always the coyote. It's always watching the coyote's plans fail. It's always like the Roadrunner doesn't get one up on him. The coyote always just fails, right? And the failure is always spectacular. And you always know exactly how it's going to end. It's always going to end with the coyote falling off a cliff. You know it's coming, and every single time it happens, you laugh. I laugh every single time, and you know it's happening. And that's what it's like. That is what it's like now, is that China is basically just like, there's a fairly popular meme on the internet now where it's just China do nothing win, right? Because we are at a phase now where the two countries have been building themselves up on the backbone of an idea. And what we're seeing now is the fruit of that labor. And the fruit of Chinese labor is an increase in the quality of their life, living standards, and of the productive capacity and of the productive forces and of their military strength, right? Everything that matters to a country goes up, right? And the stupid invisible stock market line, they don't really care about. It doesn't actually matter to them. They're just like, okay, cool. Like, I guess you can have this stock market line you care about, I guess, if you want it. But we're not going to make decisions based on that, right? Because we want. It's like capitalists crying that they can't make solar power energy profitable for them anymore, and the Chinese being like, okay, cool, we'll just keep building them. We don't care about you. And then the capitalists being like, but it's no longer profitable. They're done, and even though it's no longer profitable, they're providing free infinite energy forever for free. I don't understand it. Like, that's what these guys sound like now. And it's embarrassing. The entire rest of the world is going, oh, they're providing free infinite energy forever for their citizens eternally? Forever? And you're crying about it because it doesn't make you more fake money dollars that we invented specifically to create things? Who cares? Like, who cares? It's just gotten to be this embarrassing. Keros writes, China is Sonic, just using his own momentum to bounce around the level, while Robotnik is the West. I think making the West Robotnik gives too much credibility to the West. Robotnik built things, my man. Robotnik built things. He did build like big giant robots. And he did things that Sonic had to defeat. Right? Sonic had to actually do things to defeat Robotnik's robots. Right? Like the West is like not even really in the way anymore. Like the things that China is going to start doing is going to make the West be like, hey, stop it. And China's not even going to really hear it. That's definitely true. Dude, if you want to get into the morality, Keros writes, he built things that are powered by animals. He's an exploiter. Yeah, no, you're right. Look, I'm not defending Robotnik, okay? I'm just saying that if you wanted to do a side-by-side comparison of Robotnik versus modern-day America, I just think that you're giving too much credibility and too much credence to America in that comparison. Yeah, JT and Wile E. Coyote always buying Acme products, shitty capitalist products that fail him. And that's the best part. We know, right? The second he pulls out that Acme box and they focus on the Acme sign, we're always just like, Wiley, buddy, when are you gonna learn, man? Maybe source from a different company. Like, what is happening? But it is like that. Like, these capitalists are just married to their failed ideology that doesn't work. And they're married to it because it's allowed them to extract all of this wealth from the society, and the society is tolerating it. Like, that's the part about it that really turns the corner. Like, we can only blame the wealthy so long, right? There comes a point where, like, okay, what are you doing about it? Like, what are you doing about it? Like, if all you're doing is crying about it, like, and you're not organizing with people, and you're not talking with people, and you're not confronting systems, or at least abandoning them, boycotting them, getting away from systems of capital as fast as you can, if you're not doing any of that, well, then whose fault is it really? Like, there does come a point where I do think that some rich guy being like, look, somebody was going to steal their money, becomes kind of a legitimate defense. Like, arm yourselves. Like, stop participating in this. Like, it's wild what we're watching. Karos continues, I know, but metaphors have to exclude some features of the metaphorized object. Otherwise, it's no longer a metaphor. what a delightful conversation this was. I'm so happy that you were here in my chat so that we could have a rigorous discussion about whether or not Robotnik is an appropriate metaphorical metaphor for modern day America. What a wonderful moment. Yeah, like Robotnik's entire ethos is based on this like failed idea that he will somehow find power and find success by exploiting nature and exploiting wildlife and creating a robotic future for him to dominate from, and ultimately is foiled by the very thing and the very forces he seeks to exploit, right? Sonic is a hedgehog. So all of the effort and time and brilliance and genius and wealth and power that Robotnik has built for himself is thwarted by nature. And the same thing will happen to the American Empire. That the American Empire has tried to dominate and control nature, and nature itself will exert itself. And it's going to exert itself in serious ways. NASA reports sea levels rose by unexpected amount in Earth's hottest year. I hope you guys are ready for this, dude. I'm so ready for this. Like, I'm super ready for the society entering the find out phase. We've been in the fuck around phase for a long time, right? And now we have already entered the find out phase. And the absolute best part of when this climate catastrophe absolutely starts setting in is that the rest of the world, like we're going to be forced in a position, because we've made no plans, because we are an incredibly short-sighted society, we're going to have to make a series of decisions very quickly. And in the rest of the world, those decisions are going to be made by people who kind of have seen it coming for a long time. And they're going to make quick decisions, right? And they're going to be made by people who are like, okay, climate change is here. This is the issue we got to talk about. Okay, this, and this. We got to do this. We got to move here. We can do this. We can do that. And you can even see some societies being like, oh, yeah, cool. We built a system 20 years ago to deal with the consequences of X, Y, and Z, right? And you've got China. China literally has built like dozens of full-blown cities that are sitting there like at half capacity. And they're like, yeah, if that city on the coast floods, we've got a whole other city right over there, right? If this happens, then this happens, right? So you can criticize the plan all you like, but it's a plan. What's the American plan? The American plan is to watch it happen and then manage it from fortresses called cop cities. That's the American plan. So, like, the American plan straight up is Ben Shapiro saying, just, if your house floods, just sell your house and move. Yeah, JT writes, but spooky ghost cities, and ignore the ghost cities of the U.S. Yeah, and the ghost cities of China are ghost cities because they overbuilt. The ghost cities of the U.S. are ghost cities because people had to flee the economic ruination, right? Like, the Chinese ghost cities are cities that exist in preparation for migration. The American ghost cities are ruins. That's the difference. Man, I remember when I was in my 30s and being like, this is the thing that would depress me. I would just be like, oh, humanity. Oh, goodness. And now I'm just like, we had all the evidence, we had all the time in the world, we had all the resources, we had all the capability, we had everything right at our fingertips. And why didn't we do it? Oh, because it didn't make Five Guys money. And that's literally what they say. Like, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau outright said that, oh, well, we got to worry about the economy. And we all understand that the economy means the wealth of 5 people. Like, there just comes a point where I no longer root for us, you know? Like, I'm really not rooting for the West anymore. Like, we're gonna get what we deserve. And of course, it's going to be the poorest and the most vulnerable that suffer the most. But the big thing that I'm really looking forward to is the propaganda stopping. That the things are going to be so obvious, like so overwhelmingly obvious, that people standing up and still mouthing the propaganda shit will just call them Nazis. Like, I already do. Because it's so obviously false. Like, it's so blatantly in front of your face, not the truth. That Nazism is the only rational reason for why they do it. That you can't even be stupid anymore. A stupid person would understand what's happening. It's got to be like a ruthless Nazism. Like, that's the only thing that's left. And so all I can do is just laugh at it, right? Like, and this here is America, right? Meet 2 older Americans who turned to living in their vehicles in their retirement amid a housing affordability crisis. More and more older Americans are getting priced out of their homes. Some are turning to their vehicles as their new abodes. I wonder if they're actually going to give like any facts or figures. Like, how many people are doing this, right? They're writing this big article. They're writing this big giant article, and it's always the same thing. It's always like human interest story, but they never actually do an investigation on like how many Americans, how many people are doing this. What's the number? Where are we at now? Like, what's the homelessness figures as the society collapses and falls apart? Right. The idea that we are chasing people out of houses so that they can live in cars. Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, and here's one of my favorite stories that's happening. This story is absolutely like Republican senators in Minnesota propose bill to classify Trump derangement syndrome as a mental illness. So we all see what this is, right? Like, we all understand what this is. That the proposal argues that the condition is characterized by an acute onset of paranoia triggered by the presidency of Donald Trump. Like, how is this anything but a way to say that the people who are criticizing Donald Trump have a mental illness? And we've already seen the Republican Party talking about sending people who have mental illnesses to facilities. We've already seen that. Ooh, is that true? I hope so. Hold on. XD writes, didn't that senator get arrested for trying to diddle a minor? I hope so. Hold on, let's see. Minnesotan Republican state senator pedophilia? It was in the Discord. I think I do remember this in the Discord, and I just missed it for today. But thank you for bringing it up. XD, you're like on point today, my man. Jeez Louise. Minnesota Republican State Senator Justin Eichhorn charged with child solicitation. He was charged on Wednesday in both state and federal courts in connection to allegedly soliciting prostitution from a detective posing as a 17-year-old girl. Now, let's be fair, okay? Let's be fair to the senator, right? That she wasn't a minor, right? She was a detective posing as a minor on the street. So, you know, it's not like a whole ring. It's just a guy approaching a person he believes is a minor in order to solicit sex from them. Man alive, dude. I love that the detectives, like the police did this. I bet you the police did it on accident, though. I bet they didn't think they were going to reel in a state senator, you know? Like, I don't think they were trying to target him, right? They were just going after some, like, poor guy in the corner, trying to fill their quotas. And then all of a sudden they reel in a state senator. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Like, why are you approaching random women on the street? You're a state senator, right? Like, you're a state senator, right? Like, don't you have people who could do this for you? But I guess that's part of the thrill, right? The thrill of the hunt. So this guy puts a bill forward saying anybody who has anything critical to say of Donald Trump, we can say they have a mental illness called Trump derangement syndrome. And then goes, well, now that we've tabled that bill, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to solicit sex from minors in the street. Like, I want to believe that this was intentional. I want to believe that, like, it says in the article, yeah? Earlier this week, he co-authored a bill. I want to believe that, like, he, like, co-authors this bill and the police are just like, nah, brah. I want to believe that the Minnesota police are just like, nah, we can't have this. We can't have this. Detectives place advertisements for commercial sex on 2 publicly available websites. The police said the advertisements attracted several people who began conversations with undercover agents posing as underage girls. So, straight up, they just cast a net. They just threw a net out there. They were just like, yeah, let's just put some advertisements out for commercial sex and then just see what we get. And they land a senator. And from the way this is going, it's not like he just like walked up to her on the street and was like, hey, baby. And they were like, we're going to arrest you. And then they're like, oh, shit, state senator. That like, so on the 11th, investigators say Eichhorn contacted one of the girls through online advertisements. Hey, fictitious name, I saw your post, and chance are you still available tonight? According to court records. What's a guy got to do to get with the hottest girl online tonight? Wow, Eichhorn's got some moves. Court records then say that Eichhorn contacted the undercover agent posing at a girl on March 12th and 13th. During those interactions, investigators say Eichhorn asked the girl what her age was, to which the undercover agent said 17. Police say the conversations during these dates include the undercover's rights, her supposed age, and sex acts. 4 days later, Eichhorn is alleged to have contacted the undercover agent again, this time asking where they would be available to meet up, as well as again asking for her rates. In the court filing, texts between Eichhorn and the undercover agent were shared. In one exchange, Eichhorn is alleged to have had full knowledge of the girl's age. I am 17. Like I said, I don't want any drama, but I want to be upfront because one guy got hella mad at me, the undercover agent said. Why was he so mad? I think the age of consent is 17. When do you turn 18? Eichhorn replied, according to court documents. Court records then say Eichhorn agreed to meet with the girl on the next day. On Monday, police arrested him after the state senator arrived to meet the girl. When the police searched Eichhorn's car, they found 2 phones, an unopened condom, as well as more than $120 in cash that he believed would have covered 30 minutes of sex. So for a full week, these people have this senator on the reel, on the hook. For a full week. Dude, that's the conversation I want to see. I want to see the conversation in the police department about the fact that one of their detectives is talking to Minnesota Republican State Senator Justin Eichhorn. That's what I want to see right there. The behind the scenes, the making of. Because, like, I can see how it would be like, yeah, a standard thing, right? Just the police throwing out a net, just being like, let's see if we can get some weirdos, right? There's got to be some creeps out there that we can get, right? And then, hey, I'm interested in your services, right? I'm interested in what's going on. And they see, and they do a background check on this guy, and they see that it's Minnesota Republican State Senator Justin Eichhorn. What is that conversation? How do you proceed? It's just like the Matt Gaetz shit, right? It's just like Matt Gaetz. It's just like all of these guys. Like, are any of these losers, are any of these guys not just creeps? Right? Not just like total creepoid pedo fucking losers. What a world, man. And of course, this is leading him to resign. All right, cool. Canadian Snow Leopard in chat. Good to see you, my man. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Alberta was talking about involuntary treatment for addictions. I feel like they're going to use this as a stepping stone to force other people into this situation. Worked well in the past. Yeah, I'm sure it's worked well in the past. No, I've had full conversations with people like on the street who, like, they have people who are in that pattern of addiction. And they were just straight up saying, we got to grab these people, put them in a facility and force it on them. That's what they were saying, like straight up. And it's like, it's sort of wild how people can get there. And like, I understand saying that of like your family member, right? Because like, for some reason, when it comes to families, it's like extreme action, right? Extreme action. We've got to do it extremely. But it's such a dangerous precedent to set. Like, you want to believe you're doing the right thing. You want to believe that the government and that the people who you elected are going to do the right thing, but they're not. Like, you live in a fascist society, right? And fascists are going to take advantage of you. They're going to take advantage of your goodwill. They're going to take advantage of the situation in order to do damage to people they consider threatening. Right? Why do you think they're trying to pass a bill to make something a Trump derangement syndrome? Right? Does that mean I have Trump derangement? Does me saying that I think Donald Trump is a self-interested actor who doesn't give a fuck about anybody around him, does that mean I have Trump derangement syndrome? Can I get rounded up and sent to a facility because of it? Can I have that enforced on me? That's very obviously what these fascists are going to do and how they're going to act. And how do we know? Because that's how they've done it in the past. Like, I just really do wish that our media and that the people in the society were more aware or more willing to express that this is a fascist society. Like, we're not the good guys. We're not even remotely close to being the good guys in the conversation. Like, our previous prime minister, Justin Trudeau, literally called himself a Zionist, celebrated a Nazi in parliament. Like, we're not the good guys. We are the bad guys. 100% for sure. And when you live in a society that's structured itself to be run by the bad guys, then don't be blown away when bad shit starts to happen. One of the things I've been wanting to show this whole time, and I just kind of haven't gotten around to it. Here's an interesting divide. We were talking about the sexes before, right? The battle of the sexes, men versus women. So polling shows, right? Voter opinions of Donald Trump, plus 41 for men with no degree. But white men with college are still in the pluses. White women with college, negative 38. Right? White women with no degree are still plus 14, but that's still pretty wide. Like, there's a clear divide here between men and women on the subject of Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Doge, the Republican Party. Vladimir Zelensky, it flips. Women like Vladimir Zelensky. Men do not. DEI, and then the Democratic Party, there's still a pretty strong divide, but it's all negative when it comes to the Democratic Party. Like, today, the modern moment is that everybody fucking hates the Democratic Party. Like, I think that the Chuck Schumer pushing through that bill, working with the Republicans, I think that was the end. That's the death knell. Yeah, he did say that he loves the poorly educated. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that's why he's dismantling the Department of Education, right? Kewell says, you're very courageous to say that and very honest. We just want the best for mankind. No, we don't. Like, I just wish that we would stop it. I wish that we would stop pretending like we give a fuck about the concept of mankind. No, we don't. Right? We're a society that gives a fuck about me. That's it. We're a society of me. Me. I want me. More money, me, good. And that's it. Full fucking stop. Hold on. Are we still good? This is saying disconnected. Although I can see myself still on Twitch. Somebody say something in the chat if I'm still connected. Yeah, okay. Just the CIA reminding us they're still watching. Okay, well, and I don't think I'm not courageous about it. It's just I'm so like I don't have a horse in this anymore. You know? Like I am living a life. Where I have disconnected from the system of capital as much as I can. Right? And I'm still working to disconnect further. Right? That's the life that I've chosen for myself because I can't tolerate this. And I don't think it's courageous. I just don't I don't have a horse in it anymore. There's no win here, and it's obvious that there's no win here. That now I'm literally just watching a society torture itself to death. Right? Everybody wakes up earlier than they want, goes to a job they hate, works for somebody they've never met, goes home, takes a shit, eats some food, watches shitty television, goes to sleep, wakes up, do it again. And then when they finally reach the 2 days that they're permitted to have off, they just drink themselves silly so that they can forget all the time they wasted working for people they've never met and who hate them. And this is supposed to be successful. And that's my favorite part, is that the people who are on this trajectory then look at me quietly living a life, not connecting to that nonsense, and then they judge me and they tell me I'm a failure. Okay, bud, whatever you say. Good luck out there. Kelwell writes, I meant we as members of your channel. We want what's best for mankind. Yeah. You know what would be best for mankind right now? Is if every Westerner just walked into fields and stared at the sky all day long. Like that would be what would be best for mankind. If we just emptied our cities, literally went back out into nature, just stared at the sky, right? Talked to one another, stopped going into these factories, stopped working for any of these people whatsoever, stopped buying their shit. That would be the best thing for mankind, for sure. Fellow over on Twitch, Greg's take, we just want to live to eat another ham sandwich. No, I think it's way worse than that. Like, I think that the propaganda system, like, we are propagandized to believe that the person who has the most amount of money is the best person. That there is this pecking order, right? Because that's how we should organize ourselves based on what chickens do. That makes sense. And this propaganda system connects in to our survival mechanism, right? That humans are first and foremost, above all else, survivalists. You can live your whole life in a fight or flight survivalist mode and not even really be aware of it. You can believe that the decisions you're making are rational. You can believe that the decisions that you're making are in the best interests of yourself, your family, and your community, while in this state of total, utter destruction of all things, because it makes sense for the immediate survival of you and your family. And you can believe that you are intellectual, and you can believe that you have this kind of thing. But as long as you're just trapped in this survivalist mode of thinking, you are the most manipulatable person alive. It is so easy to manipulate somebody if you can tap into them and say, your survival is dependent on X. And if you can have somebody believe that their survival, you got to have the nicest car, the nicest house. You have to have a nice status. You need to look good. You need to have all this stuff to attract the proper mate, to be able to replicate into the society. You need all this stuff, and here's how you get it, right? Like, if it really was the case that we just wanted to live to eat another ham sandwich, we'd live like the squirrels, right? We would have abandoned these landlords a long time ago. We would have abandoned money forever ago. We just would have been like, what's rent? What are you talking about? Like, for real, what are you talking about? What are you talking about with any of this? What's money? Like if a squirrel buries 1,000 nuts and then another squirrel finds it and takes a couple of nuts, the other squirrel isn't charging interest. You know? We would have figured that out a long time ago. A long time ago. But what we've done is we've attached the accumulation of wealth and the accumulation of status and the accumulation of money to our basic survival drive. And that's taking us into really stupid places and making us as stupid as we possibly can be. Because instead of actually sitting down and thinking, okay, is this valuable? Is this worthwhile? In 100 years, is this going to be something that we are going to be happy that we did? How do we perceive this is going to look in even 10 years time? How are we perceiving this looks, right? We don't consider that at all. The only thing we consider is, well, how much money is it making me? That's it. It's the only consideration that exists. And if the answer is, well, it's not going to make anybody any money, then it doesn't happen and it needs to be dismantled. It's not efficient, right? Like, the only thing that matters in the Western world is money, period. We've seen that drama and that theory play out at the highest possible level of international politics. And we're watching it fail dramatically, absolutely dramatically. And now we've got Donald fucking Trump at the helm of it. Like, if it really was just, oh, we just want to wake up and like chill out, like, there's so many things we would have done away with forever ago. But we're caught in a religious ideology that has intertwined itself in our survival mechanism. And we can't seem to get out of it. Because the hard truth about humanity is that most people are just reacting to reality. Most people are just reacting to their existence. Most people just live in existence and are just having life happen to them, right? That life is a thing that happens to most people. And of course, the people who seem to accumulate the most wealth have manifested an ideology that is, of course, arrogant and self-inflating, right? Oh, well, it's a meritocracy. Of course it's a meritocracy because I climbed it, right? I'm obviously the best. You just need to be more like me. Failing to recognize that, like, no, bro, like, life is here and it exists and it happens, right? That any wealthy person who is honest or capable of actually being active in the world would outright say, oh yeah, I just was in the right place at the right time, baby. For sure. And of course, if they were an honest rich person, they wouldn't be a rich person because there's no such thing as an honest rich person. Because to be rich is to be an exploiter. Full stop. There's just no such thing as a rich person who isn't exploiting somebody. And the real trouble about reality and a real trouble about existing in reality is that even those of us who acknowledge that it's a very few group of people who can be active in the world, who can actively not just be responding to reality, but seeing reality and then acting actively in the world. Well, to attain that is difficult, and it's difficult to maintain. It's easier to respond. It's easier to take in and just respond. That's why most of us are like that. It's harder to reach a mindset of active thinking and being active in the world. And most people never attain it, and most people don't live like that because it's hard. It's difficult. And the hardest thing for a person to do is to deal with themselves. And a lot of it is about just putting yourself aside. And so I've gone on like a pretty big tangent here based on kind of a superfluous comment that you've made, but it's something I believe very deeply. Like, we have a tendency to believe that we have a tendency as a people to believe like we're the author of our own fate, right? It's sold to us and pitched to us that, like, oh well, it's all up to you. It's your journey. It's just, it's like, not really. Like, life is way bigger than you are by a lot, by like a lot. And for most of us, if you get to a point where you realize that, and you actually do say to yourself, oh, okay, so I'm the author of my own fate, and I'm a person who, okay, cool. So the first thing I'm going to do is quit interacting with this system of capital, because it's obviously a demon, right? But then that puts you in this very small minority of people, and you have to accept a lot of things, right, that most people don't want to accept. Like, you're not going to get a Bugatti, right? Like, unless you're just a demon yourself. Like, unless you're willing to sex traffic women, you know, it's just not where you're going to go. Anyway. Canadian Snow Leopard writes, "We're so divided the word family feels fake for some people. My uncle can't understand why his younger sister doesn't have a phone, and thoughts and prayers his younger brother who's unhoused." Right? I would love to resolve people's homelessness. I can't. Right? I just can't. Why can't I resolve people's homelessness? Because I don't have the resources to do that. Right? Like, I've been put in a position where I'm looking out for myself. And in a society that says you should only exclusively look out for yourself. But it's so obviously not what humanity is about, right? It's so obvious that humanity is about culture and community, society, right? It's about building relationships with one another. It's about building those connections with one another. Like, it's so clearly the case, but sorry. Just keeps disconnecting me and then reconnecting me right away. The CIA doesn't like what I have to say. Simple as that. Oh, I had a good one here. There it is. From Kids News Network, Mexico's left-wing president, Claudia Sheinbaum, officially recognized Palestine as a state and welcomed the Palestinian ambassador. Sheinbaum, who is Jewish, supports Palestinian human rights and condemned the Israeli genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. Canadian Snow Leopard, right? It's YouTube. I'm watching both, and YouTube keeps buffering before you get that alert. The whole thing will come down eventually. It's the truth. Like, it is only a matter of time until all the social media turns on us, right? Like, and people like me are just purged off the platforms. Like, it really is something that I've like gotten ready for from like an existential position, that when it happens and when it occurs that I can no longer stream, like, okay, and I'll just have to move on to something else. And that's just the way it's going to be, because like, the fascists are not going to allow this to persist. Like, for a long time, oh, good to see you, by the way, Jamie. For a long time, these fascists have been successful propagandizing us, right? And the propaganda system has been strong enough to make sure that people like me are always on the fringes of the society, and that there isn't large insurgent movements that build up through these media systems, right? And they've been successful doing that. But unfortunately, reality disagrees with fascism. Reality and fascism don't really match up with one another very well. And so as reality begins to assert itself, the fascist propaganda will start to break apart, and fascists will begin to become more obvious, and it'll be clearer and clearer to people who previously were listening to these fascists that, oh, these guys are fascists. Right now, there's this kind of like nebulous, like maybe they are, maybe they aren't, right? And people say things like, oh, you just call everything you don't like a Nazi. But now they're literally doing Nazi salutes. So as the system starts to break apart like that, leftist voices will begin to become more popular and will begin to become more interesting to the general populace. And that's when the fascists will just ban everybody, right? That's when there'll be like a general purge. And they did it once during the Ukraine crisis, right? Like, when the Ukraine crisis started, they purged a bunch of people. And my channel for sure experienced some straight up shadow banning. If I talked about the Ukrainian crisis at all, my viewership and everything just went right into the toilet. And you saw the same thing with the Israeli genocide, right? So they obviously have algorithms that are obviously suppressing people, and eventually the algorithms won't be able to work, and eventually they'll just have to ban everybody, and they will. So when I see this kind of stuff where it's like, oh, disconnect, oh, buffering, all that kind of stuff, yeah, we know what that is. JT writes, I just hope China's keeping accurate tabs on us Westerners, and that those who have shown sufficient anti-American sentiment and pro-China sentiment will be given refuge. Yeah. No, the decline of Western civilization is going to be like really, really hard. Like, it's going to be really harsh. There's going to be a real true like psychopathic violence to it that that I just don't think people are prepared for. Like, people want to believe that our basic humanity will come into play at some point, and it won't. That the people who are willing to enact genocides, the people who are willing to defend the Zionists, the people who are willing to do this kind of stuff are perfectly fine doing it to you. They're perfectly fine with that. And there's definitely segments of the society that are itching. They're itching to do that kind of shit. Right? Like, what, you think these guys playing Call of Duty wouldn't revel just opening fire on a group of people? Like, you think they make the distinction? I don't. So once things become so economically desperate, and we're already basically there, we've got tent cities all over the place. Poverty and homelessness is on the rise. There's just destitution everywhere you look, all throughout America. Well, once that destitution begins to get so overwhelming that it's beginning to overwhelm systems, which it will, what do you think these fascists are going to reach for? How do you think they're going to act? What do you think they're going to say? Like, we've done it before. We're not immune to Nazism. Like, we're not immune to it. It's not a thing that happened in the past. It's not a thing that occurred in Europe and then will never happen again. Right? Like, it's not just history. Like, this is a thing that's going to happen to us, and we will do it. Like, we're already rounding people up. We're already deporting people. We're already erecting concentration camps. We're already erecting cop cities, fortresses, and shit. Like, what do you think the trajectory of America actually is? Like, it's right in front of your eyes, and we just don't want to deal with it. We don't want to acknowledge it. We don't want to be real about it. We want to live in this fantasy land. Keep our head in the sand and keep it buried. And if China is smart, it'll stay away from us. Like, if the rest of the world is smart, it'll shut its borders to us, and it'll say, okay, bye. You are a threat. Goodbye. If they're smart. And they're not going to let some random Westerner into their borders, some random spy who's going to act on behalf of the Western world to try to foment a coup. Like, they're not going to do that, nor should they. Like, if you're thinking about fleeing the Western world to China, you should be doing that now. You should be doing that right now. Because it's not going to get better. Like, my message is not a message of hope. Like, I'm here to tell you that this thing is falling apart, and it's going to continue falling apart, and that you should get your ducks in a row, and you should expect it to fall apart, because it will. That if you're sitting there being like hemming and hawing and thinking to yourself, maybe it won't happen to me, I'm here to tell you, yeah, it will. It definitely will. It's definitely the case. Like, the next generation of Americans that come up are going to be the stupidest people you've ever met in your life. They might just very well be the stupidest people who have ever lived. They are going to be dimwits. They're going to be stupid. They are going to have been raised by the internet and algorithms and AI. They're not going to know how to read. They're going to be completely bought into the system of capital, and they're going to be utterly gullible. They're going to be very stupid people. And then those extremely stupid people are the people who are going to take control of systems. How do you think it's going to go? That the smartest of them will be the ones that have figured out how to pretend like they're smart, like Elon. Right? But anybody who knows anything is just going to be like, you're just a fucking moron. Canadian Snow Leopard writes, pretty sure they're trying to spin up their old album of China Bad. Was an article the other day where they claimed China executed Canadians. China did execute Canadians. China executed 4 drug runners who were from Canada. They only really focused on one of them because it was probably the one who wasn't also raping children. But they were trying to move something like 220 tons of meth. And China takes that way more seriously than we do. We're only just now kind of taking it a little bit seriously, but everybody kind of has a sort of because we live in a hyper-individualized society, right? Well, drug addiction is an individual issue. So forget about the fact that people are moving 220 tons of meth. Forget about that, right? Meanwhile, China remembers the 100 years of humiliation. It remembers the opioid wars. It remembers, right? China doesn't instantly forget things the moment they happen the way that we do. Right? It remembers. It has a long memory. It has a long history. It's got the longest recorded history on Earth. Right? And China takes pride in that. And so it remembers. And so when it finds people, especially foreigners, especially Western foreigners, who are trying to traffic 220 tons of meth, yeah, China's going to take a dim look at that. It's not going to be like, oh, the poor drug one. Oh, he was just a poor drug one moving 220 tons of meth. Tons with a T, tons of meth. This isn't a guy with a little packet in his back pocket getting picked up being like, what? Whoa, I don't understand what's going on. Right? Donald Trump is banging on about how we need to do a tariff war because of fentanyl coming in from the border. Okay, what about 220 tons of meth? So yeah, China killed 4 Canadians. We here at the Canadian Commie do not approve of state-sanctioned execution and are critical of the Chinese government for enacting a state-sanctioned execution. We hope one day that the communists in China will begin to see that state-sanctioned executions are not for the benefit of humankind and will cease doing them. Thank you. Fuck around and find. CIA doesn't like that one. I have no love of these guys because they happen to be born in the same country I was. Jamie Hari writes, see also Idiocracy. I have a lovely take that I thought was unique, but then the lead actor, Luke Wilson, said it. And so this is, I'll credit Luke Wilson with it, although I did come up with it on my own. But Luke Wilson also said it, which is that the president, El Taco Nacho or whatever his name was, he saw that there was a problem, right? He found somebody he felt could solve that problem. And then, in fact, the problem got solved. This makes the president in the movie Idiocracy the greatest president in our lifetimes. There has never been a United States president who has seen there has been a problem, who has sought to solve the problem, and then who successfully solved the problem. It's never happened once in my life. That what American presidents actually do is that they see that there's a problem and then exploit that problem for profit. That's what they actually do. So the president of idiocracy is better than any president you've ever seen. Bali Hooplar writes, in Republican Ireland, these drug runners from China, or in China rather, would be executed and not by the crown. In loyalist Ireland, drug lords pollute their communities. Yeah, like I don't have any love whatsoever for these drug runners. Like they're obviously exploiting poor people. They don't care. They have no loyalty to anybody. Like they don't care about Canada. So this idea that we're all supposed to get up in arms because Canada caught some spies and drug runners and then executed them. Yeah, no. Like we can have a larger conversation about like the righteousness or injustice or the positives and negatives. Like I did used to hold on to the position that the state should execute certain people, like Hitler, right? Like I am fine if the state wants to execute Hitler. But over time, I've changed that position. I don't think that we should be doing state or ever support a state-sanctioned execution. I don't think that the state should be executing people. It should not have that power. Just simple as that. That in our most sober moments, we should agree that the state should never have the authority and the power to execute its own citizens. Right? Well, China's not there. So got a picture up right now. Warren Buffett says no textbook could have predicted the strange economy we have today. And then a fellow just holding Capital by Karl Marx. Like you want to talk about like required reading. Like Capital by Karl Marx should be required reading. Cowell writes, really, Warren? It's very easy to understand. If everybody takes all the money he can, we will soon run out of money. That's it. Yeah, eventually the people creating all the products won't be able to afford them. Right? Like that's what's going to happen. Like the poor working class of America will not be able to afford basic goods. And that's just going to grind the economy right down to a halt. Ooh, Austin is reading all 3 volumes right now at work. Good for you, dude. Like, they are dry. They are very, very dry. Bali writes, social value equals profit. Not according to capitalists. Profit is profit. Okay, I'm going to pause for a minute. Go get something to drink, maybe have a pee. I'm going to inflict this on you guys because I had to watch it too. So if I saw it, you do too. Enjoy.
If I lived in China, I'd have some Chinese chicken.
Oh, was there an echo? I turned my mic off though. AI is a mistake. We should definitely not be doing AI. But we are. We definitely are. We definitely are. I think the dumbest part about like AI and crypto and all this shit is that we're burning non-renewable resources. We're burning non-renewable resources for like nothing, right? Like at least burning non-renewable resources in a car is like, oh, well, that gets you places faster, right? But like doing it for like crypto or AI art is just like the most dumbass backwards shit I've ever heard of and ever seen in my life. Like, and they're doing it so that they can have like Donald Trump riding an eagle with an AK-47. You know? Just like the most mundane, dumbass, gaudy shit you've ever seen. Yeah, since right wingers suck at art, they're going to use it a lot too. Yeah, of course. Crypto, the smaller stock market, where you can pull the rug out from under poor people. Yeah, crypto, it doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. Like, it just doesn't make any sense at all. Like, you're gonna burn resources so that you can maintain like this funny money that's based on nothing, that doesn't produce anything, that doesn't do anything. Scrail, good to see you. Dear me, I tuned in late after studying for school. What was that video? Yes, may it haunt your dreams as it haunts mine. Yeah, imagine an engine hooked up to a canvas spewing out fumes so it can paint a pretty image. And sometimes not even a pretty image. Like sometimes it's just like grotesque. There's something like really like whenever you see like an AI generated image, in like a fleeting sort of a way, it can kind of pass. But the moment you pause and you actually look at it, you're like, oh, this thing's actually grotesque. Like there's something really wrong with it. JT writes, we made a really complex key. It's 40 miles long, but if you own it, no one will have the same key. Huge potential hype. Yeah. Like, remember what happened with the NFT market? Remember how for a moment the NFT market was like, whoa, and then it like completely collapsed? It's like Pogs, right? The same exact thing is going to happen to crypto. Like crypto's having its moment, and now that it's like getting embedded into governmental structures in the United States, like it'll have like a real moment. Like so far crypto has been like a side thing. Well, it's going to become like a big fucking deal, and it's going to get jammed down your throat, and everyone's going to lose their mind about it. And they might even try to enforce usage of it. Like you won't be able to interact with certain systems without using crypto, like that kind of thing. But the entire thing is destined to collapse. It can't not. There's just no reality where crypto is a valid thing that continues forward. Because it's just made up bullshit. Like, what are you talking about? You want to talk about systems that don't replicate. You want to talk about systems that don't persist through time. Right? That's crypto for sure. It's not going to persist. It's not going to replicate. So this and the idea that we're destroying so many resources, that we're using up so much in order to build it and maintain it, it's just crazy. It's so obviously just there to be a pump and dump commodity. Like it doesn't actually do anything. So what's it for? And if the answer is, oh, but I can buy it low and sell it high, yeah, then it's a pump and dump commodity, and that's all it's for. Do I have an article that I have missed? I haven't really read an article. Oh yeah, here's one. We haven't really talked about the Ukraine war tonight. The issue of Ukraine's ascension to NATO removed from the negotiating table. Burnslots writes, it's used for China to track your wallet. Nah. China actually banned Bitcoin. Like it's I haven't seen if they're doing big, large crypto purges, but they banned Bitcoin and bit mining in China for exactly this reason. It's just a waste of resources. Like it doesn't achieve anything. It's a huge, huge, huge resource sink for nothing. So China banned it. And when it was banned, there was this huge move of crypto bit mining, which, like, bit mining is so fucking stupid as a concept. But yeah, the robot mines and it finds bits. It's like a video game. Like, it's like an automated idle bit game. And like, because it takes time to mine bits, why can't I just type the bits into a screen? No, then it doesn't have any value. It doesn't have any value in the first place. Just because you programmed a robot to take time to do it doesn't mean that it's valuable. Fuck, capitalists are so stupid. And so all of that moved over to Texas, right? And Texas is a lawless wasteland, right? So you can do what you like. And so they just decide to burn their oil doing that, I guess. But it's like gold. Remember gold? You mine it. It's precious. Yet the reason why the gold standard, I think works is that it's self-limiting, right? There's only so much gold. And there are things that are intrinsically stupid about a gold standard. Shiny rocks you found, right? This shiny rock indicates value. Like, and the whole thing misses the point of what money is for, which is that money exists as a measurement, right? Like, if you think of money in the way that you think of inches, right? If you think of money in the way you think of inches, then you're in the right spot. Then you're in the place that you should be with how you perceive what money is and why money is valuable and why money is useful and is important, right? Like, but it would be very stupid to say, oh, we can't build that because we don't have enough inches, right? Oh, we can't do that because we don't have enough money. Like, the United States government has the money. The money is not the purpose. It's not the point. The end goal of all your thinking, the conclusion, is not money, right? Unless you worship money the way that most people do. For the government, for groups of people, the end goal of your thinking is, do we have a thing? Did we get the thing? If you say, oh, we would like to build a dam, right? We'd like to have a dam. Why would you like to have a dam? Well, the dam could generate electricity, power. It could also give us flow control, right? We could flood regions. We could create floodplains. We could increase the fertility of locations, right? So there's some positives. But let's just make it simple. Power generation. There's a good reason to build a dam. Okay, cool. So we, the government, will create the money, which is basically just the government saying to people that it gives the money to, hey, if you do this task where we build this dam, you can use that money in exchange for other goods and services that exist. Would you like a Bugatti? Huh? So there's your incentive structure, right? But really, the reason why the project exists is because everybody says it would be good to have a dam that generated electricity here, and that the money is just a way to facilitate that. And it would be deeply stupid if the government said, oh, we can't build that dam because we ran out of money. No, you didn't. You literally didn't. The American government cannot run out of money. It can't. It's not a physical thing. It doesn't exist like that. It would be like saying we ran out of inches. Like, oh, we can't build that dam. We don't have enough inches. Yeah, we've only got 30 inches, and this is going to take 300 inches, so we're not even close. Like, that's how stupid this sounds to me. Yeah, it's funny because Musk was talking about MMT. Yeah, but Musk is an idiot. Like, very below average intelligence. Like, the person ringing in your food at the grocery store is smarter than Elon Musk. By a lot, too. It's not close. He's well below average intelligence. Lou with the best point that I've seen. Inches are imperial, not so good. You're right, Lou. You're right. We should run out of inches. You're right. We should centimeters. Centimeters. Lou calling me out on my bullshit. You're goddamn right, Lou. You're goddamn right. Kellel writes, money is a work order. Yeah. Like, it is a way for an enterprise or an institution to incentivize growth in a particular field or industry, right? Like, if you wanted to attract a lot of people to your industry, you would pay higher wages, right? There's a way to use money to incentivize blah 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 diddy blah diddy blah diddy blah. But then you have cultures that are like not hyper money focused that way and don't worship money that way and are just like, build that. And people go, why? And they go, build it. And they just build it. Like literally the primary example that exists of this is in China right now, where the capitalists are saying, oh, we can't build solar panels anymore because we can't make it profitable anymore, right? There's so much solar energy that it's no longer profitable to build solar panels. And China's response to that is build more solar panels. And the capitalists go, but we can't make profit on that. And they say, okay, cool. Then we own the means to make solar panels, right? We're just taking that from you. We're just going to keep making solar panels. And the capitalists go, but that's not profitable. And the Chinese communists go, I don't care. Like, did you not get that we don't care about that? Like, did you not understand that we don't give a fuck? You know what we do care about? Infinite free energy forever. How about that? Which, incidentally, China's going to get. Like, they recently found in the Xinjiang province, what was it? Thermide? Thermode? There's some resource that they found. It's like 1,000 times more energy efficient for energy production than uranium. So they're just going to build these huge giant reactors and just be like, yeah, we've got infinite energy forever. It's like, oh, okay. And they're just going to have that. Like, thorium, that's what it was. Wow, they discovered thorium, and at the exact same time, there was a Uyghur genocide all of a sudden, you guys. Wow, believable story. The like, the Chinese are going to be running on 100% clean energy that's just going to produce infinite energy for them forever. And we're still going to be talking about clean coal. Right? Like, do you get how fucking dumb it's going to get? Like, do you get how stupid it's going to get? like, it's going to get so stupid. I can't even tell you how stupid it's going to get. Man. I just wish that we were even trying, you know? It would make me feel so much better if we were even trying. JT writes, I suppose now the we can't just print money has lost its pedestal to let's just print money for Musk. Yeah, and like money printing does have negatives. Like it is true that if you print money, it creates inflation. Like that's true. And so the counter to that is that you print money and then you tax money away from useless enterprises, right? So like a billionaire. So you've got a worthless billionaire just sitting there doing nothing. So Warren Buffett, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, just worthless billionaires who produce nothing at all. You tax it all away from them, and then you just create money over here, and then there's no inflation, right? Like that's the solution. But they don't want to actually talk about that solution because people are still duped into the idea that these people somehow have value when they don't. In a normal economy, the profit in a field finances another field that cannot make profit but is highly useful. Yeah, like libraries are not profitable, right? But they are extremely useful. Like your education system is not profitable, but it's extremely useful. A healthcare system, not profitable, extremely useful, right? Like it's almost as though the profit motive is an ass backwards way of organizing your society. Like it's almost as though focusing exclusively on profit is just a dumbass way to think about things. Yeah. But we are getting into a period now where it's full blown reality denialism, right? Like the people who are in power don't care about reality. They don't care about what is real. And when you discuss reality, you get called a communist, right? Like that's how ass backwards we are as a people. That if you start saying things like, hey, there's 5 empty houses for every homeless person, we could just put the homeless person in a house. The only response they have left is, but that's communism. And that's supposed to be an answer. Like that's a justification somehow. As opposed to just a confession that the system of capital doesn't work and the profit motive doesn't work, and you know what does work? Communism works. Like, we could, in a very straightforward way, ensure that every citizen of the country had food, shelter, housing, education, and healthcare. It wouldn't be complicated to do. Most societies have systems that already do this. And we would just need to replicate them. Like, healthcare is an obvious one. Most developed countries have a healthcare system. We can replicate that. Okay, cool. So we replicated that for healthcare. Could we do the same for food? Could we do the same for shelter? Yeah. Yeah, we could. Isn't that funny? We definitely could. And it could be done in short order. Yeah, instead we're financing yachts and jets. We're building crypto. Like the stupidity of it is what gets me the most. You know, like it would be different if it was like I understand why capitalists wouldn't want people to have these things just handed to them, right? I get it, right? Because then they would actually have to go do something worthwhile, right? Then they wouldn't be able to wedge themselves in between as gatekeepers and hold their hand out and expect people to pay them for doing nothing of value whatsoever. Like people like Galen Weston here in Canada are just the most worthless people imaginable. They do nothing of value whatsoever. All they do is raise prices. That's it. Like we could nationalize these places. We could put a mandate on them and say lower your prices. Like, we can create a crown corporation for apartments. We can have people come in and do fixes on apartments. Like we could do these things. It wouldn't be that difficult to do. And the only answer we're ever given for why we can't do those things is, oh, that's communism. And I'm kind of to a point where I'm like, yeah, I know. And that's why I want it done. Right? Because your shitty capitalist system doesn't work, and obviously doesn't work. It's obviously a failure. Like, you guys need to keep doing genocide to keep your system going. How about no? And it's just kind of gotten like when I walk down the street and I see homeless people, and I see that there's more of them than there were. Like, there's more this year than there was last year. And there's more that year than there were the year before. And at first, it was like people with mental handicaps, which is despicable, but that's what it is. And then it's the elderly. And now I'm seeing people my age. And it's the same story every single time. And the story is easy. They just can't afford the rent. And it's getting really difficult for me to accept anything other than we want it this way. Like we're not gathering en masse to demand better from our leaders. We're not insisting improvement. That it looks as though we've been given a choice between high profits in a housing market or homeless people, and we chose homeless people. Eggs D writes, when they hear communism, they think your emancipation is my oppression. No, I mean, I think it's evidence that allowing Nazis into your country is a bad idea. Right? That after World War II, Canada let more Nazis in than we let Jews. Right? And then we all go, oh, it's a shame on Canada's all because, okay, cool. So now we have all these Nazis. And there's Nazis in our country. And those Nazis have little Nazi children. And then those Nazi children run for office. Like Chrystia Freeland. Right? Like, we should not be dealing with Nazis. And yet the CIA recruits them. Like, the normalization of Nazism is definitely one of the key components of the decline of Western civilization. That instead of banishing these people and saying, no, you do not get to come in here, abso-fucking-lutely not. Instead of saying that, and if they cry at us and say, oh, we don't have anywhere else to go, we go, yeah, okay, cool, good, follow your leader. Instead of saying that, which is what we should say constantly. We welcome these Nazis in, allow them to organize, allow them to create political movements, and then allow them to run for office. What the fuck do you think is going to happen? Like, we planted a garden of Nazis and then are shocked that it grew Nazis. But if you actually say it, oh, well, that's too extreme. And it's so extreme to point out that Nazis are Nazis and that's a real thing that's happening. Like, it literally is going to take straight up jackboots and Nazi salutes before these fucking dumbass liberals start to go, maybe there is a problem here. But the truth is that those dumbass liberals will just join in. Like, we know how spineless and cowardly they are. We know exactly what they'll do. So I think that when they hear communism, they hear, oh, that's actually a threat to my desire to dominate. I think there's plenty of people in the society that are happy with dominating others. I think they're pleased as punch about it. Like, for God's sakes, like, Shen Yun is still a thing. I still get ads for this. Like, I'm watching some YouTube thing, and then all of a sudden it's like, China before communism. Come see the celebration, the dance. And it's like, it's owned by a literal racial purity cult that has a swastika as their symbol. Like, they were banished from China for organizing with the CIA in order to try to get spyware into Chinese servers. Like, get completely fucked. And now here they are in Canada and New York, spreading around their Nazi ideology, pretending like everything was great before communism showed up in China. And all of these gullible housewives are just like, wow, that's true. Because we're too stupid to realize that, oh, that's a Nazi. Oh, we got a Nazi in front of us. And like, this sort of pathetic, ridiculous desire that we have to accommodate Nazis. And it's like, yeah, there's only one thing we should accommodate the Nazis for. And their leader got that one right. Ugh. It's just so embarrassing. Like, I just wish I lived in a country and in a society and in a civilization that was even trying. And it's so embarrassing to watch, like, Mark Carney stand up and talk to us as if he gives a shit. Right? It's just so embarrassing watching these liberals, watching these conservatives, watching these NDPers walking around talking like they give a fuck, when it's so obvious that they don't. Like, it's so obvious that a guy like Bernie Sanders does not give a fuck about you even a little. Right? He just wants power for himself. That's it. And he knows that if he says these things, then he'll get votes. And that's it. Like, that's the full extent of Bernie Sanders. And very slowly, I just see that my role in all of this is to just go out, play some music, try to change some hearts and mind, right? Try to live a life that I consider to be tolerable until I grow old and I die. And that's it. And the whole time I'm just going to be here talking about this decline that doesn't need to happen. Like, that's the part that kills me the most. It just doesn't need to happen. That there are very clear and obvious and straightforward things that we could 100% do. And it wouldn't be difficult for us to do. We just have this spiritual constipation. Dame Natton comes in and says, been a while, but I love you and everything you do. Well, thank you, Dame. I appreciate that. That's a really nice thing to say. That's really kind of you. Like, share, subscribe. Jefferson Thompson comes in. I got here too late. Still, good evening, everyone. Good evening to you, my man. Like, I just wish that we would all start to accept that we are randomly generated life forms in a randomly generated universe, on a randomly generated planet, at a randomly generated time, in a randomly generated location. And I just wish that we would start to embrace that, and that we are temporary. Like, we're so temporal. Like, we're not here for very long, right? That we wake up in this place. It takes us fucking forever to even get to a point where we can start to even think about it. Like, it takes us like 20 years before we can even get to a point where we're like, oh, wait a minute, reality, right? For the first like 20 years of a human life, you're basically just like running on autopilot, just going where you're told, doing what you're told to do, listening to the people who have been here already as if they're authority figures, running around, absorbing whatever you're told to absorb as if it's the most important shit of your life. And it isn't until you're like 20 or 25 that you even have like the mental capacity to just be like, wait a fucking minute. And when we start to see things for what they are, which is, this is just like, nobody has any goddamn idea what's going on. Moreover, nobody's even trying to figure out what's going on. Matthias writes, is that an AI image, or did he actually put that on his podium? I don't think it's AI, but it's definitely been photoshopped. I mean, you look at his face. Joe, I don't understand. Protect rather rich? It says protect the rich. Am I missing something? And I just wish that we would all see, and we would all come together, and we would all say, okay, nobody knows what's going on. We are all randomly generated. The ideas that we have had in the past are interesting ideas for us to have, I guess, but they're just articulations of a group. That's okay, Joe. I'm glad you're here, bud. And then, but the only thing that we do know is that we're born, we live here for a minute, and we die. And so shouldn't we try to make this place as good as possible for everybody? Shouldn't we try to make an environment where everybody is just safe and things are calm and there's no insane need for some kind of ambition, some kind of ambitious life? Like, shouldn't our lives' great ambition simply be to live a full and decent life? Like, and wouldn't it be wonderful if we knew that the people who are spawning in to our section of reality, we knew that their basic needs were 100% taken care of for sure. And they were always going to have access to that. And they knew that their education was always going to be taken care of. They were always going to be able to pursue that. And should something bad happen to them, that they would have health care. And we knew that they were going to have that. Wouldn't it be better to live in a society and in an environment where we knew that every person that spawned in was going to have that? And then you begin investigating why it's the case that that's not the case. And the reasons you get back are fucking insane. They need to earn it. What is this, hell? So you randomly spawned people in, and now that they're here, without their consent, they're just here. Now that they're here, you think they have to prove to who? You? That they deserve to survive here? What is this, hell? Like, what are you, a demon? Like, people should have food and shelter. We should be able to feed people. We have all this. We're throwing away 40% of our food. Like, what is this fucking crazy nonsense we're talking about? And it's like we're still pretending like we're not generating all of this resources, this like overwhelming amount of resources. And like the sad, sorry truth for a lot of it, like the reason why America doesn't have a healthcare system, a universal healthcare system, is because you can't figure out how to exclude black people from it. Like, that's the hard, sorry truth about the American ethos and the American mindset. And it's not going to be until America actually confronts this racism and confronts this racist past in a serious way. Like, for God's sakes, the richest man in America right now made his money from apartheid. Like, his grandfather defended apartheid. His father invested in emerald mines that used slave labor. And now he's standing in front of us cosplaying as an intellectual when all he's ever been is an apartheid baby. And we all just fucking ignore it. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And then we all have the goddamn audacity to buy into the idea that he's there because he earned it. Like, the biggest lie that exists in the society today is that anyone is capable of earning anything. That it's the power of an individual that determines the outcome. And they'll always use sports as an analogy. It's always like Michael Jordan worked so hard, and that's why he got to where he got. And we're just going to ignore the entire history of setting up the institution of basketball. We're going to ignore the teachers. We're going to ignore the scouts. We're going to ignore all of the institutions and all of the people within those institutions that were necessary in order for the sport of basketball to even exist as the phenomenon that it does exist in the first place. We're going to ignore the coaches. We're going to ignore the teachers. We're going to ignore the school that he went to. We're going to ignore the low-level non-NBA field that he that scouted him out and that got him into it, right? If the NBA did not even exist, Michael Jordan would just be a very tall factory worker. Right? And so there's an entire series of events. There's an entire collection. There's an entire collective of people and institutions that need to be in place to even allow a person to begin the pursuit in the first place. And then once they begin the pursuit, there is an entire structure of institutional force and power to uplift and support that individual. And then, so after all of that is taken into account, sure, Michael Jordan worked really hard. And that's not even including the reality that if Michael Jordan was born a foot shorter, no one would have paid any goddamn attention to him at all. So there's all of these pieces, and there's all of this collective positioning, that all of that taken into account, finally, yeah, sure. Michael Jordan worked really hard. And you should take that into account to the degree that it is valuable, which, incidentally, is almost non-existent. It's a vanishingly small variable in this enormous structure that exists. And if you just deny all of that and just pretend as though it doesn't exist, then how can we take you seriously? Like, all you're going to do is say work harder. It's such a facetious way of looking at the world. It's just a form of denialism. Like, if you took Michael Phelps, right, holds the record for most gold medals at the Olympics, right, in swimming, possibly the world's greatest swimmer. If you took Michael Phelps and you threw him into the middle of the ocean, and then you told him, just swim harder, what do you think the outcome would be? And then when he drowned, would you have the audacity to say, oh, he just needed to work harder, he was too lazy? Like, this is how insane these people sound. That when I see these psychos screaming at a single mother that she just needs to work harder, what I see is a person screaming at Michael Phelps drowning in the middle of the ocean. And they're usually doing it from atop their yacht that's loaded with lifeboats. Like, there is a deep, 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 deep psychosis to wealth. It is a psychosis. And when these people put forward their Trump derangement syndrome before going off and diddling minors, it's just projection. It's just a confession. It's just them saying, we're the deranged ones and we see it. And so we're going to accuse you of being deranged. What an incredible world we live in. And the collapses are going to get so dramatic. That's the thing that I feel like I want to pretend as though I'm prepared. I want to feel as though I'm prepared to bear witness to these enormous collapses that are coming. Not just collapses in the ecosystem, and not just collapses of the governmental level, but collapses of basic human organization. Like, we're talking about entire states' worths of people that are just going to relocate and dislocate. Like, what are the borders going to matter? Who cares? Jefferson Thompson writes, if you didn't succeed, you didn't work hard enough. If you succeeded, then thank God for it. Yeah, right. Like, we are all here by happenstance and nothing else. We don't know why we're here. It's perfectly possible that you could have spawned in with an IQ of 30. Like, it's perfectly possible that you could have come into this reality with no arms. It's perfectly possible that each and every one of us could have come in and been born in the Congo. And both our parents could have died before we were 3. And that the only thing that we could do to find any amount of sustenance at all would be to work for some local warlord or go into a cobalt mine. It's perfectly possible. This idea that you are the author of your own fate is a white supremacist idea, and nothing else. Or at the very least, a supremacist idea. Because it allows the people who are born into wealth and privilege to shit on the people who weren't. And to pretend as though they're in the position that they're in because of their own greatness. It's just the most embarrassing shit I've ever seen in my life. It's the ideology of a child. And yet it's like the most popular ideology, which is why the system is going to collapse. Like, you can't run a civilization based on principles like like you want to have a civil society and yet you demand that there is no such thing. Like, you want to have a stable government, but you demand that there should be no government. Like, we've been saying it all along. Like, we've been saying it all the way since Reagan, right? We should destroy the civilization. Well, here it is. Here it is. It's happening. We're destroying the civilization. And the civilization is going to turn on itself. And it's going to consume itself. And it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be violent and grotesque. And the people who are going to seize power during this period of time are going to be people like Donald Trump. They're just going to be gangsters and con men. And the people who are going to be promulgated out into the society are going to be frauds. Because those frauds are going to be willing to uphold the narrative of the con men. And it's going to accelerate, and it's going to get worse. And it's going to get more and more obvious. Until eventually, the only way that a person is going to be able to make a living is literally by turning on their fellow man. And if any group of people actually tries to organize and come together and build something like a commune, they will be smashed. And they'll be smashed without, they won't even try to make up a reason. They'll literally just say, staunching out communism, while they throw you down a mine shaft. Like, and while our civilization goes through this enormous, massive decline, the entire rest of the world is going to get their shit together. The entire rest of the world is going to be like, okay, well, obviously Western capital fails. We can see it. It's right there, failing. Well, what works? And they're going to use things that work. And they're going to blow past us. They're going to blow past us while we continue to regress. And the reason why I'm so confident that we're just going to continue falling into regression is because there isn't a single individual in any position anywhere who is even interested in stopping the regression. And then the people who are going to replace those people are the same people. Like, We are looking at an institutional failure that will take centuries to resolve. And that the only thing that can get in its way is a revolution. The only thing that's going to prevent it is groups of armed individuals saying, we're good now. And that's just the hard truth of what's going to happen in the West. And some provinces and some cities and some states might actually manage to stop it before the military comes in and stamps it out. But other states will just go full bore. It's not hard to see how Texas will go. It's not hard to see how Louisiana will go. And while we just continue regressing and continue regressing, the entire rest of the world is just going to blow past us. Like, China's going to have moon bases, guys. Like, this is a real thing that's actually happening. China's going to have a moon base. It's going to put people on the moon who will stay there. And they're going to have an operating center on the moon. And they're going to have a space station. And they're going to have a link between the Chinese mainland, the space station, and the moon base. They're going to have that. They're going to build it. And while they're doing that, we're still going to be bickering about whether or not government funding is appropriate. We're still going to be talking about, well, shouldn't we allow the free market to make these decisions for us or not? We're still going to be allowing airspace to be filled by people like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh, who will still legitimately try to convince us that the best way to organize the society is to allow a small group of psychopaths to have control of it. And then those psychopaths will come up in front of us and say, oh, we promise that there's going to be this thing that happens in 5 years. And then after those 5 years pass, they'll say, yeah, Canadian snow leopard arguing about what's in people's pants. As if it fucking matters even a little. Like, this whole trans fixation is literally just Elon Musk being mad at his kid. That's straight up all it is. Like, if the wealthiest, most powerful people in the country were like, why are you talking about trans people? We've got real things to talk about. What are we, children? Moving on. Like, if that's what they were like, we wouldn't be talking about it. But the people who rule us and govern us are children. Like, Elon Musk is 6. Right? Like, listen to him talk. I'm dead serious about this. Go listen to Elon Musk. Go listen to him on Joe Rogan. Go listen to him on an interview. Go watch his interview with Don Lemon. The man is 6. He's never developed past 6. And yet we're all supposed to pay attention to him. We're all supposed to listen to him. We're all supposed to take him seriously. And there's no institutional power, and there's no way to vet this person out. Like, this is what I admire about the Chinese system more than anything. Like, more than anything. Is that it's designed on purpose to vet people out of it. That the citizenry can elect who they like from each district. But then the structure that they're electing people into is there to vet people out of power. That's the purpose of it. That it's there to vet people into positions of power and vet people out of positions of power. And if people in a district are like, hey, shit's not happening in our district, it's probably because the guy we elected is not getting anything done. So let's get rid of him. And they do. Like, that's the kind of shit that I want. I want a system that just intrinsically and naturally vets people like Donald Trump out of it. Like, imagine if Donald Trump had have been forced to be a mayor of like a town of like 5,000 people, right? That if the first thing had been like, okay, cool, thanks, Donald, you won an election, cool, welcome to this Republican body. All right, cool. Well, there's a town over there, population 500. Go be the mayor of it. Like, how fast do you think it would have taken people to figure out that Donald Trump is a fraud? You know, after he basically robbed the coffers of this place. And everybody in the party would look at him and be like, you just robbed everybody. Like, everybody's pissed off at you. Yeah, bye. Like, how fast do you think that would happen? Nope. Instead, he won a beauty pageant, so he gets to be the president. That's how our system works. Like, turns out that when we were saying anybody can be the president, it's true if you had enough money. You know what's really interesting about Donald Trump? But you know what's interesting about Donald Trump? Donald Trump is 13. That's what's interesting about Donald Trump. Most of these guys are like 6 or 7. Like edge cases, you're looking at 8 or 9. But Donald Trump's like 13. That's really what's interesting about him, in my view. Is like, how did he develop so well? How did he get to 13? Because most of them don't. Most of them are just little kids, like little kids. But Trump's a teenager. And so that's what catches my attention. It's like, okay, you're a teenager. Ah, interesting. Canadian Still Leopard writes, even his mom was calling him an idiot decades ago. I mean, he is an idiot. Dave writes, we're also too much consumed by distraction and slash entertainment. Yeah, that's on purpose. That's totally on purpose. Like, just breads and circuses, right? Like, if you're attached to your phone, watching TikTok videos, if you're playing video games, if you're jerking off, right? You're exactly where they want you, right? You're just in a corner, completely irrelevant. You're not organizing. You're not getting together. You're not gathering, right? And the work of organizing is slow, tedious, boring work, right? It's not glamorous. That in the best case scenarios, the result of it has a kind of drama to it, right? But the actual work of getting together and organizing is just slow, tedious, grinding work. It just is. And so people don't want to do it, right? People just want to watch like another episode of The Apprentice, right? Or The Big Bang Theory or something. Just be like, ha, Sheldon, ha. And it makes sense. Like, people's lives are dull and monotonous and full of grinding, right? Like, people want escape. People want to escape from this. They don't want to participate any longer. And they certainly don't want to dwell on the reality of the scenario, the situation they find themselves in. At this kind of slow, tedious, grinding life that they're experiencing. And Jefferson writes, I was just now listening to a podcast about Elon's Nazi grandpa. Just as insane as his grandson, explains a lot about the man-child who's president now. Yeah. Like, I actually have an article about that very thing. Yeah. The world according to Elon Musk's grandfather. He wrote and defended apartheid. Like, you can't get more on the nose, right? You can't get more on the nose than a grandfather that was writing in favor of South African apartheid. But we don't, like, we have the memories of goldfish. We don't care, right? Like, we all came out. To me, the great trauma of the millennial generation is that we all went through a vetting process that vetted for obedience. That to me is the great trauma. And our education system. Like, we can talk about other generations' trauma. Like, I think television was a big trauma for the boomers. And also, like, having parents that went through a world war. But for us, I think millennials, like, the education system was really in full force. And we had seen, or we didn't bear witness to the McCarthy era, but our teachers were the outcome of the McCarthy era. That you couldn't be a leftist in the teaching spaces because you would be purged. And so all of our teachers were obedient to the power structure. And the only thing they vetted us for was obedience. Right? And if you weren't obedient, you didn't do very well. Very straightforward. And if you realized at a young age, this is stupid, well, nobody had any sympathy for you. Right? Because the most important thing is an education and being obedient. Didn't matter if you wanted to be educated in something that actually mattered, or if you wanted to be educated in the actual history of your country. You know, if you wanted to have a conversation about slavery, if you wanted to have a conversation about colonialism, if you wanted to have these conversations, no. Right? And it isn't until we all go to university so that they can lock us in debt peonage that we even have those discussions. But of course, we're all locked in debt peonage. And so the fact that we had these discussions aren't very relevant because the people who are going to ascend and be the most wealthy are the most obedient, because that's what the system is vetting for. And this trauma that we've all collectively experienced isn't actually seriously discussed. Like, bringing this kind of thing up just kind of gets you hand woven off, right? Everyone just has this assumption that the education system was a good thing for us to go through. It's like, I mean, education is good. Like, once you finally get an education, which it was my third education facility that I would say provided a real education. Because I actually went to an acting school, and the acting school was like, okay, you're a real person in a real body. Let's investigate your real body that you actually really exist in, right? So third time's the charm, as far as I'm concerned. But like, I look back on my high school, worthless. Like, reading, writing, and math, great, fine, cool. You can teach that to kids, right? High school, worthless. Like a total net negative, a waste of my youth, a waste of everybody's youth. Totally taking the years between 12 and 18 and just flushing them down to the drain for nothing. An utter drain on the society, a drain on the family, a waste of everyone's time. And that's on purpose, as far as I'm concerned. Right? You're taking people when they're at their most expressive, their most energetic, their most imaginative, their most creative, and their most skeptical, and you're just shoving it down the drain. Total waste. Completely worthless. And then I take a look at the university age, like the university era, right? And it's just more vetting. It's just getting kids more vetted, where the kids that do things that are worthwhile for the capitalist death cult get rewarded, and the people who don't, well, debt peonage, go off. Like, almost like school is a government daycare just so that the parents can go do shit labor. Well, don't forget about an indoctrination system, right? Like, you need a compliant, semi-literate group of people to be able to do factory work. But then they shipped all the factories out, so we don't even get the factory. Dave writes, I think for US millennials, the start of the decline is with social media and Facebook. Before that, it was MSN Messenger. No, I think that's symptomatic. Like, I do actually tend to believe that, like, social media and all of these things, if they weren't owned by capitalists, right? If they were created by people who were actually interested in, like, increasing communications, they could be useful. But capitalists need to make them addictive, and have made them addictive on purpose, right? That's the whole point. So to me, it's just symptomatic of the much larger issue. And that much larger issue is that the system of capital is a failure. And will just continue being a failure. Good Riddance USA says America is like the definition of a scam. Yeah, it is a scam. The whole thing is just a scam. But instead of us actually saying, okay, it's a scam, let's fix it, or let's get together, right? We all celebrate the best scam artist. Like, we've created a scam culture where instead of saying, okay, well, scamming is bad and we shouldn't have a structure of scamming, we say, that guy scammed us the best. What a scam artist. like we have respect for Donald Trump for pulling this grift on us. And if you bring up the fact that he's a grifter, everybody just goes, yeah, what do you expect? And then they talk about it as if it doesn't matter. Well, we've reached the end of this one, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. God bless each and every one of you. You guys really are the reason why I hit record and why I do the stream. It's always brilliant to talk to you. It helps me. I hope it helps you. Always remember, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just be the good little commodity they need you to be. Revolt. Rebel. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.